He was known as the hero who saved the world from the Demon Lord. He was also the one who stained half the world with blood. He was called the Dragon Slayer, Aiden Albiro. But to his regret, he was soon betrayed by his close friends, because as soon as the Demon Lord died, a curse was placed on him. He was furious because his loved ones knew about everything from the very beginning. The young man looked closely at his comrade, and with a grin said that those who want to destroy sin will become it themselves. This is a legend passed down by the Imperial Palace. He looked at the young man intently and said that he simply had no other choice, because the Demon Lord was a true legacy being, and whoever killed him would become the new Demon Lord, and so on. He said with a grin that if he killed him, he would become him, and he thought that was good. He said with a grin to his friend that he should sacrifice himself for this country. His comrades said they simply had no other choice, but they still did not want to ask him for forgiveness. He looked at them with cold rage and hatred, as he was dismayed that they had betrayed him and were not yet going to ask for forgiveness. The young lady looked at him with a smirk and said that he could now rest in peace while she used her power and summoned a great magical seal. He was shocked because they were his friends. He considered them his faithful comrades. He knew they were his colleagues. But now he saw that it was all a lie. Aiden was drowning in an abyss of hopelessness, and at the same time he understood that it would be better for him to die than to remain forever in such a place. He sank into a slow, pitch darkness. He felt himself being enveloped by an endless spiral downwards. He thought for a long time that this was just an endless fall. But a moment later, he sighed heavily, because he wanted them all to be destroyed. At that very moment, the young people were taken aback, as they did not expect their master to wake up. The young man was puzzled. He did not understand what was happening and where he was, since he saw in front of him the madam, who was bursting into tears, and her husband, who was joyfully shouting that his son had woken up. He was taken aback because he did not understand which son they were talking about and what was going on. At that very moment, the young man stood up and, looking at everyone present, asked who they were. The madam was taken aback by this. She told her son that he had slept for several days, and that was why he was perplexed. At that very moment, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, and also informed him with a joyful smile that she was his mother and he was her precious son. She said with a joyful smile that his name was Aden Ramez. The young man froze for a moment with bewilderment on his face, since he knew that his name was Tak, but his surname was different. At that very moment he screamed, as his head was bursting with terrible pain. Madame anxiously asked her son at that very moment if he was okay. A few seconds later, his head began to burst with incredible pain, and he was enveloped in darkness. He was a little puzzled, and at the same time scared, because he did not understand what kind of memories had suddenly come flooding back to him. He saw all the memories of a man named Aiden Rems, but at that very moment, he promised, because he realized what year it was today according to the imperial calendar, and if you count, then he went back in time, 15 years before his death. He was sure that he died in the void on the border between worlds when he was abandoned by his companions, but before he could become a demon lord, he was forced to commit suicide. Aiden, in turn, was burning with rage and anger, because he knew that those people who betrayed him must be destroyed. He wanted to find them all and kill them one by one. At that very moment he looked with rage at everyone present in the room and saw fear in their eyes and trembling all over their bodies. From the memories that flooded back to him recently, he learned that the previous owner of this body was a very peculiar person because he never took other people into account. He used young women as it suited him. Now the young man understood that the previous owner was complete trash. He did not understand why he ended up in such a body. He remembered that the young man was very drunk, and therefore, having fallen to the ground, lay there for a very long time, and even managed to get wet in the rain. Aiden knew perfectly well that if he had not been the Duke's son, he would have already been beaten to death. Some time later, he stared into the mirror at his new appearance. He will wonder if he really is Aden Albiro, or if he has just dreamed about it his whole life. At that moment, he was taken aback and wondered why he didn't test his strength now. After a moment, he commanded the system to open. The system is the power that a person receives by eating the heart of a berserker along with his title, Dragon Slayer. After a moment, he was still convinced that it was not a dream. However, he was bothered that his name was broken, but he wondered if it mattered. At that very moment, he laughed with joy because he realized that this was simply a gift from the gods above, because now he could simply find his comrades who betrayed him and take revenge on them. He was very happy about the situation, as he wanted to tear them apart and get even with them. While he was rejoicing, he did not notice a young man who entered the room trembling with fear. Aiden looked closely at the young man and asked if something had happened. The young man was frightened and said in a trembling voice that he had simply brought the gentleman something to drink. Aiden took the cup from his assistant with a smile and thanked him at the same moment. The young man froze in shock, not understanding what his master had just said. He wondered if his master had thanked him. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback and turned pale. He did not know what his master's words of gratitude meant. A moment later, the young gentleman was sipping the excellent drink with a satisfied smile. His assistant was very scared and worried. He wondered if his master liked the drink. At that very moment, he looked intently at the gentleman, who was smiling, looking out the window and wondering whether he had really said words of gratitude to him, and whether they had really been gratuitous. Aiden turned around and, looking at his assistant, asked if he really wanted to say something. At that moment, the young man was taken aback and said that this was not so. A moment later, the young servant came out to his comrade. His friend was a little surprised and at the same time puzzled, as he did not understand how he managed to get out of the room alive, but the young man, trembling with fear, said that the master simply thanked him. Aiden sighed heavily as he realized what had happened. He knew it was just madness. He threw all his thoughts away and immersed himself in memories, as he realized that he had returned many years into the past, but he was disturbed and wondering what happened to his past self. Aiden wanted to know if he existed in the present time separately from him. Aiden knew perfectly well that by this time he should have gained independence from the master, who was the king's former mercenary. He understood perfectly well that he had to find out about everything immediately. At that very moment, he called Philip. The young people were taken aback and froze in shock, as they knew that the gentleman had never called anyone by name before. Aiden smiled and told his assistant that he needed to ask him one question. Philip turned pale and froze in place with horror. After all, in Philip's imagination, his master was completely different, and then he asked with a grin if everything was okay with him. The young man slowly patted his friend on the back and thanked him for everything. Philip was covered in trembling from head to toe. He didn't know what the young gentleman wanted from him at all. He was filled with tears in his soul because he did not understand what was wrong with his master today. A few minutes after their conversation, Philip looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he was really interested in the king of mercenaries. Aiden looked closely at his subordinate and asked if he knew about the mercenary king's disciple, as he knew that he had once been a rather famous disciple. At the same moment, Philip said that he heard that there were rumors that the king of mercenaries had disappeared some time ago. Aiden sighed heavily, as he knew about it. At that moment, Philip looked at his master with alarm and called him. He said that he had never heard of the king of mercenaries having an apprentice. Aiden froze in shock and wondered what it meant that he had no students. He didn't understand what he was doing in that place. He didn't understand what the previous him was doing at the same time. At the same time, the man was leisurely wandering through the slums. He glanced sideways at the young man, and at the same moment wondered if he should turn his gaze to the young boy. A moment later, they collided with each other. The young man hurriedly entered the depths of the slums, looking back to see if Kavosta was following him. In turn, he looked with joy at his rich catch. But at that very moment, he did not have time to enjoy his treasures, when suddenly someone unexpectedly approached. The man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and asked if he really had enough courage for something like that. At that moment, the boy was taken aback and froze in place. The mercenary king looked at him with a smirk, as he couldn't understand how he dared to think about stealing his money. He looked intently at the boy, and at that very moment touched his shoulder, and the boy, in turn, shuddered and, stammering, asked the man for forgiveness. The mercenary king looked at the boy with a grin and said that he had a rather large and strong body. At that very moment, he said that the boy would be his disciple. The young man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. But Valkan stood up and, dragging the boy behind him, said that he would teach him to be the best mercenary. This is how he met the master, and from then on he became famous as the disciple of Master Valkan, and later, after killing the mad dragon, he became known as the Dragon Slayer King. But now he was stunned, as Philip said that he had never heard of the mercenary king having an apprentice. He was taken aback because he realized that his past did not exist in the present. Some time later, the young people were leisurely going about their business, and at the same time they were discussing the young gentleman, since it seemed to them that he had changed, just like the last time Philip had boiled the wine. They knew that the last time Philip had spilled the wine, but the gentleman had not even thrown anything at him. They were surprised by them. At the same time they were puzzled, since the gentleman even thanked them and suddenly began calling everyone by name in a friendly manner. They had heard before that people changed after a serious illness, and looking at the gentleman they thought it was true, but they still wondered if he was okay. But they also saw that he had been looking very listless lately, and it seemed to them that his eyes were empty and sad. At the same time, the young man was busy with tasks, since he really had nothing to do. They cooked food for him, he didn't have to clean. In his free time, he looked for information about his past self. But as expected, there was no other him in this world, but he was still puzzled and wondered about the betrayal he felt earlier. He wondered about the hurt he felt after the betrayal, but more than that, he was interested in his insidious revenge. At that moment, he was taken aback, as he saw the young men who were sparring. He knew that they were the knights of the family. Aiden sighed heavily, for he knew that there were many knights in the duchy who were always busy with something. A moment later, he looked away as he saw his brother, who was wondering what he was doing. Carl looked intently at his brother. Aiden, in turn, looked closely at his brother. He knew that unlike the previous owner of this body, who was a scoundrel, Carl was diligent and had already become a knight, despite the fact that he was the second son and even had the right to succession to the throne. Carl looked at his brother with anger and asked why he was just sitting there instead of drinking as usual. The young man was taken aback, as he saw that Carl did not treat his older brother with much respect. Aiden understood perfectly well that his brother saw him as pathetic, because he spent all day only playing and drinking. He saw the irritation on his face, and he understood perfectly well that his younger brother was superior to him. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was just bored, and that was why he was looking at the knights. Carl looked at his brother with fury and said that training is not a spectacle, to his brother that if he is not sitting here to train, then he should immediately leave this area. The young man thought about his brother's words for a moment, as he had not picked up a sword for a long time. At that very moment he agreed with his brother. Carl looked at his brother in surprise, as he had not heard what he had just said. Aiden looked at his brother with a satisfied smile and said that he would train. Sometime later he was already at the training ground. The young man bowed and introduced himself, and also greeted the young master before the sparring began. Aiden sighed heavily and looked intently at the young man. At the same time, the other knights were watching them closely. They didn't know if they should stop the sparring, but they assumed that the knight didn't want to be fired, so he would deliberately play along with the young master. Bazan was taken aback and looked nervously at the gentleman, as he understood that this situation was very bad. He could not believe that he would have to fight with such a boor, even though he was a young master. He understood perfectly well that he could not lose to such a weakling. He did not understand who would lose to the neighbor's dogs. The young master looked at the knight with a puzzled look, as he realized that he was clearly deliberately thinking about how to lose, but he wanted to warm up after something like this. He wondered how about teasing the knight a little and giving it his all. At that very moment, he looked at the knight and said that he should not try to lose on purpose. He simply had to do everything in his power, because a knight's apprentice who lost to a weakling was practically useless. Aiden looked at the man with a smirk and said that if he lost, he would have to expel him from the order. The knight was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. Everyone present looked at the young gentleman with puzzlement, because they knew that he was a rude man and completely crazy. They knew that he had never held a sword in his hands, and now he wanted to seriously fight the squire. Bazan looked intently at the young man and said that in that case he would start. A moment later they clashed in a fierce battle. Aiden was taken aback, as he felt a furious pain at that very moment. He was puzzled, as he realized that this body was much weaker than he had previously assumed. But at that very moment he looked at his opponent with a grin, because for some reason he wanted to get a few more blows. A moment later he began to attack his opponent first. All the knights present were puzzled. They did not understand what their comrade was doing, since he came out against the young master, and they were worried that the knight could injure the young master, since Togo had no experience in fighting. Bazan looked at the young gentleman with fury. He did not understand how he could fight like that. All the knights present were shocked by this sparring. They were very surprised because they saw that the young gentleman was still holding on. Carl was shocked. He didn't expect to see anything like this from his brother. Bazan was no less shocked by everything that was happening. He did not understand why the young gentleman was still holding on and did not fall after such blows. He was sure that the young master had no chance of winning. He wondered why his sword did not reach the young master and did not cause him any harm. At that very moment, the young gentleman struck his opponent again. He was pleased with these blows, as they refreshed him. With every blow, he felt his blood rushing through his veins. At the same time, the knight looked at the young master in shock. He did not expect anything like this, but the young master dealt blow after blow with delight, as he had not felt anything like this for a very long time. All the knights present were taken aback, as they saw that the young master had pushed their comrade back, and they wondered if they had imagined such a sight. Carl was shocked. He wondered if his rude brother would really prevail over the squire. He could not believe it, because he knew that his brother was a weakling who had previously been bitten by the neighbor's dog. Looking at the sparring data, he noticed that his brother's mastery had changed. It seemed to him that his brother had been holding back his powers all this time. The knight, in turn, was confused. He did not understand how the young master could wield a sword so skillfully. Aiden was a little puzzled, as he had forgotten a lot of things, having lived very lazily for a long time. But he knew that even though this body was weak and lacking muscles, he was the true dragon slayer king who had killed the mad dragon, so he had no intention of giving up. At that very moment, he struck his opponent with fury. The knight was taken aback, as a moment later the blade filled with the power of his opponent was already before his eyes. Aiden looked at his opponent with a satisfied grin and asked if he was really going to give up already. Everyone present was shocked. They could not believe that their comrade lost to the young master. Aiden looked at his brother with a satisfied smile and thanked him, as this sparring was refreshing. Carl was taken aback and puzzledly said that he was glad to hear it. As he left, the young gentleman said with a satisfied smile that he would come to see them more often, as he wanted to test his strength again. He smiled and wished them all good luck. Carl was taken aback by surprise and wondered if his brother was really the same young master he knew. The young knight, standing next to his master, asked himself the same question. Sometime later, Aiden sat in his room and could not believe that this body could not withstand even a simple duel. But nevertheless, he was glad, because he was able to vent his disappointment. He understood that this was a new opportunity for him. He understood that the heavens themselves had given him another chance in this life, so that he could take revenge. But he knew very well that his opponents were very talented, and they could even be called a one-man army, because given their high status, revenge would not be an easy task for him, because he had to take revenge on the King of Knights and the heir to the Grand Duchy of Sias, Silbet. And also the iron-blooded saint who was chosen by the cult of slaughter, Spicha. His list also included the great magician, Shura, and also the second commander-in-chief of the Immortal Empire, and a great alchemist, Calcis. Aiden was puzzled because he knew that he didn't have a single chance against them now, and that he might have to fight them alone. Aiden understood perfectly well that in order to take revenge, he had to destroy them before they united their forces, because as soon as they united, things would be hard in the country. He had to do all this before a coalition to conquer the dark magicians would be created in 5 years. Aiden understood perfectly well that to do this, he would have to start with Togo in order to try to pump up this body, because in this state, he would not be able to defeat even an ordinary goblin, not to mention his sworn enemies, so he came up with a way that would help him cope with this impossible task. Sometime later, he handed the list to his assistant, and he was stunned. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he really wanted to buy everything on the list. Philip looked at his master warily and said that he had been very quiet lately, but he did not understand what his master was going to do this time. The young man smiled and asked his subordinate if there was something wrong with the list. Philip, looking at the whole list, said that it listed very expensive ingredients. He was shocked because the list included the herb from troll excrement, the hellflower, the flower of despair, the flowers of sleepwalking, and all the plants on the list were poisonous. The young master sighed heavily because even if he explained to Philip why he needed these ingredients, he would still doubt his judgment, and there was nothing he could do about it. Aiden assumed that the owner of this body had already done something similar. He looked closely at his assistant and said with a grin that knowledge was very dangerous, although it seemed that he was not against this danger. He asked the man he had fixed with a grin if he would play with him if he told him everything. He said it would be a lot of fun. Aiden said with a fierce grin that he was bored because he had been quiet these past few days so they could remember the good old days. Philip was taken aback and trembled with fear as his whole life flashed before his eyes. At that very moment, he disappeared with the speed of lightning and shouted at last to his master that he had no objections at all and he would buy everything right now. Aiden sighed because he knew that he had to use everything he could in this life, although in his past life he would not have thought about such things. But now that he was the son of a duke who threw money around, it was a completely different matter. He had already experienced the mortal boundary transcendent body as a sword master, so he could reach that same level faster than anyone else. After a month and a half, he still managed to greatly improve his health and body. After a grueling training session, he glanced sideways at his subordinate and asked him to bring him a mana potion. Philip hurriedly approached his master and presented him with the potion. Aiden sighed heavily, but still drank the potion at that very moment. Aiden pushed his body to the limit with training, and then restored it with mana potions. This was the method of breaking it, then healing it. He knew perfectly well that one potion cost about the same as a month of life for a commoner, but the fact that he was the son of a duke made this method possible. At that very moment, he looked at his servant with a predatory grin and asked where the things he had asked for earlier were. Philip was taken aback and said that he had delivered all the things to his room. He really wanted to ask what his master was going to do with all those ingredients. But when he remembered that his master could return to the old days at any moment, his desire quickly disappeared. His interest also completely died down, and he could only resign himself and do whatever his master asked. Sometime later, the young man was looking over all the plants that his faithful servant had given him, and after looking, he noticed that Philip had bought all the poisonous plants on the list. He sighed heavily, as he never thought he would use this method, but he knew perfectly well that he simply had no other choice. He recalled the theory that was created by his former comrades and enemies. He knew that while the poison was wreaking havoc, the body was using everything it could, and in order to desperately survive, the body was revealing its hidden potential. He looked at the poisonous plant with a puzzled expression, as he knew very well that he could easily die from the beautiful-looking flower. But at the same time, he knew that he had already purchased a high-quality holy potion for this, so everything would be fine. He knew that he would survive this experiment, since he had already defeated death once. At that very moment, he gathered his courage and, cursing, ate the poisonous flower. A moment later, he finally drank his elixir, and Isak fell to the ground with a crash, as he felt a very strong and burning pain throughout his body. Aiden was very puzzled, as he knew he would have to do this trick many times. But after a moment, he noticed that his mana flow had definitely become smoother. He sighed heavily as he realized that his comrades, already enemies and from his past life, were right. At that very moment, he heard a voice he had previously known, mockingly asking him if it was fun, but at the same time, he was called the Dragon Slayer King. He was taken aback and froze in place from shock. At that moment, he turned around in anger because he did not understand why he was there. Aiden was furious because he knew he could never forget the voice even if he wanted to. At that very moment, Philip burst into his master's room and asked what had happened. He was taken aback and looked at the young gentleman in surprise. Aiden turned around and told his subordinate to go out. Philip was taken aback and said that he heard a loud noise. Aiden looked at his subordinate with fury and asked if he was really forcing him to repeat those words again. He shouted for the young man to leave the room immediately. Philip was taken aback and, bowing his head, left the room. The young man was burning with anger and fury, as he definitely heard a familiar voice. Aiden understood that this was not a hallucination at all. He was furious because he knew his real name, but he didn't understand why he was there. He laughed wildly and told the young man that he had caught him. At the same moment, he said with a malicious smile that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he called him the Dragon Slayer King, Aiden Albiro. Aiden froze in place in shock, but in turn, the ruler only mocked the young man. Aiden was furious and did not understand why he appeared. He shouted that he had definitely seen his death with his own eyes. The Lord told the young man with a grin that it seemed like he missed him very much. He certainly regretted that he did not have a physical body, and therefore the young man could not look at him. Aiden sighed heavily. He didn't understand how he could talk to him if he had lost his body. At that very moment, he told the young man with a grin that it seemed he had completely forgotten everything, since he died when he became the ruler. Aiden froze in shock, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. He asked the master, puzzled, what he meant. Clenching his fists in rage, the young man asked him if he was now the ruler. At that very moment, he said that it was half true and half not, because at the moment of his death, he transferred his soul into the body of a young man, and initially he planned to take over his flesh and resurrect himself. But at that very moment, the young man said with a grin that his suicide had failed the plan of the powerful overlord. Aiden thought for a moment and asked if he really meant to say that his soul existed within him. The Lord sighed heavily and said that it could be put that way. Aiden immediately asked whether he should kill this soul. He asked if he should infuse holy power into his body. The overlord was taken aback and asked the young man to listen to him, but he wondered if the only way to do this was to die together. The overlord shouted to the king killer that he was not at all the same as he was in the past. The young man asked, puzzled, what he was like now, because in the end, he was still a creature that loved madness and chaos. He sighed heavily and said that the madness and chaos he witnessed was not his in the first place, but was caused by a connection with God, a demon, and fortunately, that connection was severed when the young man found himself trapped in the void. Aiden now understood why he looked calmer than the overlord he had seen back then, because back then he had been just a crazy psycho who couldn't hold a normal conversation. At that very moment, the young man said that he was hearing about the demon god for the first time. The overlord revealed that the demon god, also known as the original sin, was a being of pure evil that was feared even by other gods. He also said that in the past, he was a being cursed to carry out the will of the demon god. Aiden sighed and said that he understood him, but he still asked if this situation was part of his plan. The overlord asked in surprise what situation he was talking about. The young man sighed heavily and said that he had gone back 15 years to take over the body and had taken over the body of Aiden Reams. He wanted to know if this was the work of the overlord. He thought for a moment and said that it was partly his fault. The overlord said that when he entered the young man's body, he tried to use the dragon mana he possessed to turn back time. The young man was taken aback, as he did not know if such a thing was even possible. The overlord informed the young man that dragons were created as agents of the gods, and they could interfere with the laws of the world. Using the power of their dragon mana, they could easily do something like this, and it was not such an impossible task. The young man asked in confusion why he hadn't used it to escape the void back then, but had simply turned back time. He sighed heavily and said that he had simply suddenly felt tired and therefore wanted to rest. The young man was furious and shouted at him not to leave. Another month passed, and the ruler rarely communicated with the young man. At the same time, he trained diligently, no matter what. He was going over the thoughts in his head and developing a plan of further action. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, because he saw that his son could cut up the scarecrow. He realized that this teaching method was definitely effective. He understood that with this technology, stuffed animals would not be enough. At that very moment, he turned his gaze in my direction as he saw the knights. He looked at the young people with a fierce grin as he realized that they were his new training dolls. At that very moment, the ruler told the young man that he was indeed more suited to their side than to the side of the heroes. The young man sighed heavily and told him to shut up. While he was training with his poisonous herbs, he realized that the holy power in the holy potion was causing pain to the overlord, because he was the source of evil. Aiden opened a small bottle with a fierce grin and told his neighbor to be careful. How at that very moment he turned his gaze in his direction as he saw a familiar person. He seemed very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. At that very moment, the knight shouted to his subordinate to pay attention as he noticed that he was lagging behind the other apprentice knights. Lo gritted his teeth and told his mentor that he would try harder. At that very moment, the young gentleman was taken aback when he heard the knight's name. He froze as he realized that this simply could not be. He remembered his past life in the free knight. He froze for a moment as he saw that the knight was very different from the version in his past life, and he didn't even recognize him. He saw that the young man was pretending to be a knight despite being a mercenary and given the nickname of a free knight, which is why he was here. He knew that the young man certainly had his faults, but he owed his life to him several times. He remembered the battle that took place in his past life. Since then, there were high-ranking mercenaries and a young man with him. Unfortunately, they all died fighting alongside the heroes against the mad dragon. Aden looked at the young man with a satisfied smile, since he did not think at all that he would see his face. But now, he finally felt that he had returned to the past. At that very moment, he approached the knights and called them. The commander of the knights hastily asked the young master if something had happened. Aiden looked at Lo with a satisfied smile and called him. The young man was taken aback and asked the master if he really wanted to talk to him. Aiden came closer to the knight and looked at him with fury, and also asked if he should not state his name and rank when a superior addressed him. The young man was taken aback and asked for forgiveness. While he bowed and introduced himself, the master laughed wildly at what he saw. Lu looked at the young master with anger, as he still couldn't concentrate. He didn't understand why the young man suddenly started pestering him and being rude. Aiden looked at the knight with a predatory grin and asked if he had just thought about why the rude man was pestering him. At that moment, the young knight was taken aback and shouted that he had not thought about it at all. He was puzzled and did not understand why the young master was suddenly behaving in such a way. He did not know whether he was going to fire him or kill him on the spot. Aiden broke into a satisfied smile as he was captivated by the sight of the young man writhing in worry. For the first time, he was happy to be in the body of a scoundrel. At that very moment, he looked at the young knight with a predatory grin and said that this was not good, and he should come to him at the training ground in the evening. A moment later, the young master came closer to the knight and quietly whispered something to him. Lo froze in shock and looked at the young man in surprise, but he only looked at him with a smirk one last time. He left with a satisfied smile, leaving the knight with bewilderment on his face. Aiden understood perfectly well that this meeting was fate, and considering his duty to the young knight, he wanted to give him a small gift. Sometime later, evening came, and the young master waited patiently on the training ground for the young knight. He sat quietly and suddenly felt the presence of the knight. At that very moment, the knight, trembling with fear and stuttering, asked the young gentleman how he knew about his secret. But at that very moment he burst into tears like a little boy and asked the gentleman if he could really heal his hand. In a past life, the young people spent their time together carefree in a tavern. Lo smiled and told his friend Vadim that he continued to think about this even now. A desperate wish that he left unfulfilled in his past life because in the end, he became what he is. The young man intended to repay his last debt. Lo sighed heavily and said that if his right hand were in order, he could live as an ordinary knight. Lu looked at the young master with tears in his eyes and asked if he could really cure his hand. He was well aware of the fact that he had never told anyone about his problem before, but this afternoon he was taken aback and froze in shock when he heard from the young master that his hand was numb. He was shocked because he did not understand how the scoundrel managed to find out about his secret. At that very moment, the young master said that his hand was affected by mana deficiency syndrome. The young man was taken aback, as he knew that this disease refers to all the disorders that occur in the mana channels. Now he understood why his hand was numb, but there was one problem, because this disease was incurable. Aiden sighed heavily and said that people said that the disease was incurable. The knight was taken aback and asked the master if he hadn't said earlier that he could cure her. He understood perfectly well that it was not impossible. They just did not know how to do it, because the cure would only be found many years later. He sighed heavily and said that he knew about the medicine and was ready to cure his hand. The knight looked at the gentleman with surprise and caution, but still asked what he wanted in return. The young gentleman looked at the knight with a predatory and satisfied grin and said that in this world there was nothing that was free, and therefore he had to sign the contract. Lu looked at the small contract with bewilderment, but at the same moment he was taken aback, since he had to spar with the master every day and had to swear that he would do whatever the master ordered. The knight was taken aback and cried out that this was almost a slave contract. The young man smiled and said that it was so, and asked the knight if he didn't like it. He was puzzled and didn't know how he could trust such a scoundrel. Besides, he himself said that this disease was incurable, and now he said that he could cure it. He sighed heavily, as he realized that even if this was the case, he had to seize every opportunity. He told the gentleman with a smile that he simply had no choice, so he would accept this contract. Aiden looked at the young knight with a joyful grin, as he could not imagine that the day would come when he would make him his slave. He felt an exciting moment, as a bonus and as a reward for healing his hand, he intended to take that item as well. He understood that this situation was very dangerous. At that very moment, the ruler said with a grin that the young man should be on their side, because he did not look like a hero at all. A few days later they visited a small place. The knight was a little puzzled, and asked the young gentleman if he was sure that this was the same place. Aiden sighed heavily and asked the knight if he really doubted him. At that moment the knight was taken aback and shouted that this was not the case at all. A few minutes later, the coachman informed the young people that they had arrived at their destination. Aiden slowly stepped out of the carriage and asked his knight to follow him. The young man was scared because he didn't know if there was a way to heal his hand in such a strange place. Moments later they approached a small but gloomy house. At that moment they were a little taken aback, because they saw a very interesting sign on the door of the pharmacy. Everyone who came was notified that the pharmacy was not a clinic, so they should stop coming, and they did not produce drugs, so drug addicts had to leave. Aiden knew that his comrade Yu had come here in the past to cure his illness, and he assumed that someone else was looking for a cure for mana deficiency syndrome. But unfortunately nothing came of it, but still he did not lose hope and entered the building with full confidence. The young man looked around and noticed that there was no one in the building. But at that very moment he froze and asked the young master what he thought was depicted in this painting. Aiden, looking at the painting, said that it depicted the philosopher's stone and that it was a superstition that magicians and alchemists believed in, an imaginary object that was said to interfere with the god's domain. Some said that it could even bring the dead back to life. He knew that this was an absurd idea, but some even believed it. And considering that he had transcended the divine realms of death and time, this was entirely possible. At that moment they were taken aback, as they heard a menacing voice. Madame was a little surprised, as she knew that few ordinary people knew this story. She noticed that her visitor was very knowledgeable. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he had heard about it. The lady immediately looked at him with a grin and said that she had not had an interesting guest for a long time. She also said that they were not engaged in business. At that very moment he asked his knight to step out for a moment. Aiden said, "Madam," that they could get straight to the point, and he called her by name. She was surprised that he knew her name. Aiden wasted no time in saying that his knight was currently suffering from mana deficiency syndrome. He knew that she was interested in this disease, and he also mentioned that she was a beast-kind alchemist. She was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that from an unexpected guest, but at the same moment she asked with a grin how much he knew about her, and she also called him a vile young master. Aiden looked closely at the young lady and said that, like her, his knight also suffered from mana deficiency syndrome. Cassie was taken aback, as she had no idea where he had learned this information about her. He said that he knew that her symptoms were stronger than usual, and without the leaves of this herb, her condition would only worsen. He knew that his knight's condition had stopped on his hand, but with the girl, everything was different. Her illness had affected all her organs, and she was seriously ill. She sighed heavily and told the gentleman that he did not know much, but there was still one thing in which he was wrong. She said it was true that she had been looking for a cure, but until she found a method, she said that meant she could not cure his knight's hand, and she was very sorry. Aiden looked at the young lady and said that if she healed his knight's hand, he promised to protect her and support her research in their territory. She consoled him as he did not listen to her, and at the same time, she said again that she could not heal him. At that very moment, the young man placed a small parchment with information on the table and asked her to read it. She sighed heavily, but still obeyed. But a moment after reading the information, she was taken aback. Aiden calmly looked at the young girl and said that he provided her with medicine for mana loss syndrome. His comrade from his past life had told him about this many times, and so he remembered the recipe, but unfortunately, he did not remember it perfectly. It was for this reason that he was looking for the girl, because she had knowledge, and he needed someone who could understand him even with incomplete information. At that moment, he smiled and asked if it was possible to cure them. At that very moment, she felt a tremor throughout her body, but it was from joy, Cassie. With a smile, told the young master to give her only half a month. She could not believe that there really was such a method. At that very moment, the young gentleman told the girl that with her resources, it would be difficult to obtain the ingredients listed there. She looked at him sharply and said that the fact that he had brought it up meant he wanted something in return. Aiden smiled and said that she should give him a ring. She was taken aback and asked if he really only wanted a ring, which was a woman's ring. She said that it was very ugly of him. He sighed heavily and asked her to stop joking like that, as he already knew the true value of the ring and its purpose. She sighed heavily and said that then he should know how important this ring was to her. It was a ring of speed, and the second reason why he came to her was to get an artifact that increased physical speed several times. It was a very useful item for surprise attacks, escapes during battle. Thanks to this artifact, which Lo received as a keepsake in his past life, even with one arm he was able to achieve a very high rank. Such an artifact would be the only means of protection for a girl with her physical limitations. Aiden looked at the young lady intently and said that he promised to protect her if she came to the Duke's house, because then she would not need such a thing. He looked at her intently and asked what she would say about this agreement. Cassie looked at him sheepishly and said with a smile that she was not against such a thing as long as she could conduct her further research, but she was a little puzzled and asked him if he was sure that he wanted to do such a thing because rumors might start that he had accepted a female human trapper into the Duke's house. He looked at her with a smile and said that he was already known as a noble scoundrel, so people could say whatever they wanted about him, and it didn't bother him at all. She froze for a moment and looked at him in surprise, but after a moment, with a gentle smile, she said that he was still an interesting person. She slowly handed him the ring and asked if he would provide her with food and a room. He smiled and said that he would provide her with many things, but she would still need to earn his trust. After some time they came to the Duke's mansion. At first he felt awkward, but now he felt at home. At that very moment he was taken aback because he saw Philip, who was running towards him at full speed. He looked at him in surprise and asked if something had happened. Philip was very puzzled and shouted that the matter was very urgent. Aiden looked at his assistant in surprise and asked what was going on, as he was very agitated. At that very moment, Philip shouted that the young master Carl had disappeared on the Mountain of Monsters. Aiden was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. Philip said that a few days ago, a message was received that a person had gone missing on the Mountain of Monsters, so the young master got ready and involved an investigation team, and later set out on a journey, but unfortunately, he still hasn't returned. Aiden knew very well that only minor monsters should be found on the Monster Mountain. He looked closely at his subordinate and asked what was wrong with the search party. Philip sighed heavily and said that the search party would soon set off for the mountain. Aiden was puzzled because he understood that if his brother disappeared, he would have to take the place of the heir to the duchy. He was furious because he understood that in this case, his plans would be destroyed and his revenge would fail. He understood that he must immediately save his brother. At that moment, he looked at his subordinate and said that he also needed to join the search team, so he should immediately take his girlfriend to her room. Philip was surprised and puzzled by such news. At that very moment, the young man looked at the young lady and said that he had a small request for her. She was surprised and asked what was required of her. At the same time, Philip looked at the girl in surprise, since she was a woman and at the same time a beastman. Sometime later, the Duke met with his son. The Duke looked at his son in surprise and asked if he was really saying that he also wanted to join the search team. The young man looked intently at his father and stated that this was exactly the case. But at that very moment, he received a refusal from his father. He was shocked because he did not understand why his father did not give his permission for something like this. The Duke said that his son and dozens of knights had disappeared at the same time, and this was not a simple missing person case, and he could not send another son to such a dangerous place. At that very moment, the young man burst into tears and said that the dwarf was his brother, and if something happened to him, he would not forgive himself. The Duke was shocked by such a sight. He did not expect anything like that from his son. The young man burst into tears. He understood that if something happened to his brother, his plan for the place would be destroyed forever. At that moment, the demon lord told his comrade that he was a little disgusting, but the young man told him to shut his mouth immediately, as he had no intention of quarreling with him now. The Duke hugged his son tightly with tears in his eyes. He couldn't believe how much he cared about his brother. He sighed heavily and said that he agreed, and he could go on the search, but he had to be careful. The Duke looked sideways at Sir Spire and said that he was counting on him, and he hoped that he would take care of his son, since the man was the only one he could trust. He told the Duke that they would definitely do everything in their power. Sometime later, they all went to the Monster Mountain. The vice-captain looked around carefully and, sighing heavily, reported that the previous search party had been attacked, as their tracks were gradually disappearing. But at that very moment, he noticed a blade that belonged to the goblins. Aiden thought for a moment, as he saw that there were too many strange things. He could not believe that the goblins defeated the knights and his brother. He knew that the low-intellect monsters were erasing their traces, and there was only one explanation for this. He understood that the Goblin King Hobgoblin was involved here, who possessed intelligence and strength on a different level than ordinary goblins. He understood perfectly well that if the Goblin King was involved here, then something like this could be considered possible. At that very moment, he reported his guess to the vice-captain. The man was taken aback, as he knew that even he would not be able to defeat the Goblin King, and therefore they should prepare and then return. Aiden sighed heavily and said that they couldn't afford that, because every minute counted, and if they delayed even a little, they could all be eaten by goblins, so they had to take a search dog with them. The vice-captain looked at the gentleman intently and said that they had already called the search dogs, but it seemed that the scent had completely disappeared, so they had to try something else. Aiden was very angry and shouted at the vice-captain, well, to stop talking and just quickly bring the dog. Moments later, the young gentleman looked at the beautiful dog with a smile. At that very moment, the young gentleman, with a satisfied grin, began to give the dog some kind of potion. Everyone present was shocked, because they did not know what he was doing with the search dog. But after a few minutes, the dog gave a signal. Everyone was surprised, because they did not understand what had happened. Aiden looked at the vice-captain with a satisfied smile and said that he gave the dog a potion to enhance his charm. He was glad that he asked to buy this potion before leaving, because he also knew that in his past life, this potion was useful to him for a search mission. After some time, the dog came onto the trail. Aiden, looking at everyone present, said that it was time for them to go. Sometime later, they finally managed to reach the goblin village. And after a few minutes, they saw the young master Carl and the other knights who were sitting in captivity. The knights were glad, since their comrades were still alive. The young gentleman, in turn, was also glad that they were not late. But they clearly understood that something was wrong in this situation. Aiden looked closely and saw several goblins who were also kings. He did not understand how one village could have several leaders. The vice-captain looked at everyone present and said that this was more serious than he thought, but they still had to be prepared and had to give it their all. He said that their opponents were goblins who were kings, and they were not inferior even to worthy knights. At that moment, the vice captain looked at the young gentleman and said that during the battle he must save the hostages and escape with them. The young gentleman agreed with the knight. He was puzzled, as he couldn't believe that there were multiple leaders in this village, but he knew that with so many knights, they could handle them without him. After some time, the vice captain gave a signal to his comrades, and they quickly moved into battle. The goblins were taken aback, as they did not expect an ambush. The knights were furious. They did not understand how the goblins dared to touch their young master. At that very moment, the vice captain shouted that he would immediately destroy everyone, and he rushed at his opponents with a drawn sword. The prisoners were glad that help came to them, as they had not lost hope of salvation. A moment later, the young gentleman burst into the cage and asked all the prisoners if they were okay. Carl was taken aback. He didn't expect to see his brother in such a place. Adeniskosa looked sideways at everyone present and said that the knights would provide support, but they needed to run faster. He understood that he had to leave. At that very moment, Carl, trembling with fear, looked at his brother and said that he must be careful, because there were monsters there. At that very moment, he shouted angrily to his brother that there was a monster behind him. Aiden looked at his brother with bewilderment and casually asked if there was a monster behind him. At that very moment, a very loud rumble thundered. The knights were taken aback as the monster struck the young leader. But the young man managed to jump back, but in turn he was puzzled because he realized that he had omitted something. He could not understand the reason why there were several kings. At that very moment, he realized that in this village there was a monster of a higher rank, namely the most terrible monster among the humanoid demons, the troll. Aiden shouted to his brother to take the villagers and run away first. Carl was in shock. He shouted to his brother that his opponent was none other than a troll, and he could die in the fight. Aiden said with a grin that he knew who his opponent was, but he did not intend to die, since he was still his older brother. Carl looked at his brother in bewilderment, but did not answer. At that very moment, the young gentleman Prinos entered into battle with his opponent. The monster growled and had no intention of retreating. He struck his opponent with fury, but the young man managed to dodge. And at that same moment, he managed to deal his opponent a very serious blow. But to his regret, the young man noticed a moment later that his opponent's wound had healed easily. He was furious because he saw that his regenerative power was enormous, and to his regret, he could not defeat his opponent with his normal power. He understood that this was usually the case, but he had his own trump card. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, as he knew that the fight would be quite exciting. At that very moment, the knights became alarmed, as they did not understand what was happening and why the troll was in such a place. Spiel shouted to the young master, as he wanted to deal with the enemy himself. Spiel was very angry, because he understood that the Goblin King was already a difficult opponent, but in front of them was none other than a troll. He hoped that his master would hold out for at least a little while, and then he would rush to his aid. At that very moment, the troll advanced on the young gentleman and did not spare his strength. But the young man easily dodged every blow from his opponent. He had previously asked his new girlfriend to give him the ring just in case, but now he understood that he had to use it. A moment later, he activated the Ring of Swiftness. He understood that in this life he had not reached the same level as in the previous one, but with such a ring, he could deal with his opponent. He dealt blow after blow to his opponent with fury. Aiden did not spare his opponent, and with lightning speed he dealt him blow after blow while he only growled in response. The young master only awakened the fire of anger within his enemy, but after a few seconds, he still overcame the sword aura stage and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, thus cutting off his head. At that moment, the vice captain of the knights looked around and realized that there were no more enemies on this side, and he shouted that they should help the young master. But moments later they were taken aback as they saw the young master floating in the air, and behind him blue energy was visible. They were shocked as they understood that such a thing could not be. The knight was shocked as he saw that the young master had entered a stage of sword aura that even he had not been able to master. But after a few seconds, the young master landed himself on a tree. He sighed heavily as his whole body shook with pain. Aiden was puzzled because he had only used the sword aura for a few seconds, and his body did not move on its own. Now he realized that he would have to use the ring with extreme caution, but he realized that the ring was effectively given in battle. The next day, the Duke listened to his subordinate's report and realized that many people had suffered. He sighed heavily, and looking at the knight, said that he must ensure that the families of the dead and injured received the maximum compensation in his power. But at that very moment he looked at the knight in surprise and asked if everything that had happened to his son was true. He was shocked and could not believe that his eldest son had managed to defeat the troll. The vice-captain said that everything was true, and he, along with the rest of the knights, had witnessed a similar spectacle. The Duke was surprised as his son not only used the sword's aura, but also managed to defeat the troll. He couldn't believe that this was the son he knew. That same night, the young gentleman sat quietly in his room and surrounded himself with an aura. He realized that even if it was just for a moment, he was still using the sword aura on his sword, and then he felt his mana reserves increase. But this time he realized something else, because he was very weak. He was furious, because he understood that he needed to become stronger as soon as possible so that he could crush his opponents. At that very moment, the Demon Lord told the young man with a grin that he really liked his determination. Aiden was taken aback, as he did not understand where he came from. The Demon Lord looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was that very lord. But at that very moment, the young man could not bear it, and burst into wild laughter. Since the Lord's appearance was very sweet, the Lord of the Demons was furious and shouted at the young man not to laugh. But the young man could not resist and burst into wild laughter. He could not contain his emotions, as the sight of the formidable Demon Lord simply made him laugh. The ruler was furious and shouted at the young man that it was all his fault, because it was all because he was very weak. Aiden laughed and asked the master how he had performed. The Lord told the young man that only he could see him, because they were one, and as soon as he became stronger, he was able to show himself. Aiden asked in bewilderment if he could really see him now, since he didn't like all of this. The Lord looked at the young man in surprise and asked if it wasn't rude towards his savior. Aiden said to the Overlord that he had previously told him that the Overlord was a curse passed down by the demon god, and he was freed from this curse because the connection with the demon god was severed. Based on this, he wanted to know what his real name was. The Lord sighed heavily and said sadly that, unfortunately, he had long since lost his name, and so he simply existed now. Aiden looked at him intently and said that from now on his name would be a curse. He looked at him in bewilderment, since the name was not very suitable. Aiden said that it was all true, since he was a curse placed on him, and accordingly his name would be a curse. The Lord sighed heavily and said that it was stupid. Aiden sighed heavily and casually told the Lord to shut his mouth, but he said it was not in a very nice way, and later called him a curse again. A week later, the young gentleman came to his new girlfriend. Entering the room, he asked with a smile if the treatment was going well. She smiled and asked if he had really come to visit, and at the same time she called him Mr. Troll. Aiden was puzzled, since they called him the Troll Lord because he killed a troll, but he knew she meant that he looked like a troll. He didn't like it because of that. At that very moment he smiled and asked where his knight was. She said with a smile that he was inside. A moment later, the young gentleman walked into my room where his knight was. Lo turned and looked at his master, but he was in tears. He cried with happiness because he saw that his hand was moving, but at the same time he was shaking. He said that his hand was back to normal. At that very moment he fell on his knees before the young master. Bursting into tears and trembling, he thanked the young master for recognizing his illness and being able to cure him. He looked at the master intently and said that although he was only an insignificant being, he could swear on his life that he would dedicate his existence to the master. Aiden looked at the knight with a satisfied grin, because he knew that everything was right, and from that moment on, he would work for him like a slave. He said with a joyful grin that he would gladly accept his oath of allegiance. Aiden looked at his new friend and asked if she hadn't been treated. She looked at the gentleman with a smile and said that his mana deficiency syndrome was a bit unusual, so she needed to study a lot of things. He looked at her with a smile and said that he understood everything, and also praised her for her good work. She smiled and said that her food was good, that she should thank him, since it was all because he told her about the new method. At this, she again called him the Troll Master. The young master was a little puzzled by such a nickname, and his faithful knight could hardly contain his laughter. At that very moment he shouted to his knight that he was completely healed and must now leave immediately, as they had a lot of work to do. Lo looked at the gentleman with a joyful smile and shouted that he would now carry out any of his tasks. Some time later the young knight was burning with anger. He could not believe that physical labor was his first task. Some time later, the man greeted the young master with a joyful smile. He looked with admiration at the troll that the young gentleman had caught. He admired its condition and understood that the troll would sell well, because such a product was very rare. Aiden told the man that he would like to use the proceeds from the sale of the troll to buy the goods in question. At the same moment, he handed the man a package with the names of the goods and asked if such a thing was possible. The man smiled and said that of course everything was possible since their trading group had all the goods, but at that very moment he was taken aback, because he saw that the list did not include herbs at all, but poisonous plants. Aiden looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that if he had told him earlier that this was a herb, then there were only herbs on the list. He asked the man if it was possible to purchase this product. The man was taken aback, not knowing what to answer. But at that very moment he shouted that there were only herbs on the list. He understood that if he ran into the young gentleman, he might not return home alive. Some time later, the young Master Cheese returned home with a joyful smile. He knew that easy money is always good. At that very moment, the curse told his master that the mercenary habit in him had not changed. After some time, Philip met the young gentleman. Looking at the gentleman, Philip said that the Duke was looking for him. The young gentleman was surprised, as he did not expect such a thing. Some time later, he quietly entered his father's office and asked if he had called him. But after a few minutes, the young gentleman was taken aback, as he saw an unexpected guest. He was shocked and did not understand what the man was doing in the Duke's residence. The man looked at the young man with a smile and said that, judging by his appearance, it looked like the rumors that he had killed the troll were true. He said with a smile that he was very pleased to meet such a hero. Aiden was puzzled because he met a man from his past life who did not treat him very well. He did not have any pleasant memories of the man at all. He knew that in his past life, the man was just an old man who looked down on the mercenaries. He sighed heavily and said that he was very pleased to meet the man, and he also introduced himself. At that very moment he greeted the defender of the northeastern border, Margrave Tirida Sedusa. The Margrave was surprised that the young man knew about him. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he, of course, knew about the Margrave. He looked at the man intently, as he was one of the few in the Empire who had reached the stage of a swordmaster. Swordmaster, the transcendental level that everyone dreams of in a knight. Those who surpassed talent and entered the superhuman stage could cut through mountains with their swords. In this, they made the air tremble with their breath. He had been one of them in the past, and so he understood that this was a stage he must reach again. At that moment, the Margrave looked at the Duke with a satisfied smile and said that his son was very polite, contrary to rumors. He noted that the man raised a wonderful son. The Duke smiled and said that his son still had a lot to learn. Fried looked at his comrade and asked if he could just leave his territory, since he heard that the territory had recently been attacked by orcs. He sighed heavily and said that it was not only their territory, but suspicious movements were also detected in the Slaughter Tower in the Death Wasteland, controlled by the Slaughter Cult. At that very moment, the young gentleman looked angrily at everyone present, as he remembered the cult of Slaughter, because he also had his own affairs there, since one of the traitors from his past life was an Iron Blood saint. The Margrave looked at his friend and said that the usual movements of monsters were happening in several different places at the same time. He asked the Duke what he thought was a coincidence or not. Fried thought for a moment and said that since he mentioned it, it really seemed very strange. At the same moment, the Margrave said that for this reason, they were thinking of creating an investigation team. He asked the Duke if he would help them. A moment later, the Margrave approached the young gentleman and asked with a smile if he would like to join his knightly order. The Duke was shocked, and the young gentleman was taken aback with surprise. Tirid looked closely at the young man and said that he had heard a lot about him, and that he had managed to reach the sword aura stage in less than half a year of swordsmanship. He said he thought it was all nonsense, but now he was personally convinced of these rumors. Tirid looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he would make him the greatest swordsman on the Western continent. At that very moment he swore on his name, but the Duke asked him to stop. The Margrave looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he did not need to worry since he would take care of his son. He looked closely at the young man and asked what he would say, since the choice was his. At that very moment, the young gentleman looked at the man with a smile and said that he really appreciated his offer, but he had to refuse. The man was taken aback since he did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he looked at the young man and asked if he understood what it meant to join the Order of the Knights of Cetus. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he understood everything, because it was one of the most famous knightly orders in the Empire. He washed himself and said that he was confident that he could become a swordmaster on his own. He knew very well that this was possible, because he had already passed this stage in the past, so achieving it again was only a matter of time. Aiden looked at the Margrave intently and said with a grin that if he were to fight him now, he could at least scratch him once. The Margrave froze in place with rage. At that moment he looked closely at the young man and laughed, as he was not sure that he could do something like that. The Duke trembled with fear, as his son had angered his comrade. The Margrave angrily told the young man that he was incredibly rude. But at that very moment he burst out laughing wildly, as he noticed that the young man was really a funny guy. Aiden. At that moment, he sensed the Margrave's ability, as he could make even the air tremble with his murderous aura. He immediately applied the skill of fear. The man looked at the young man in surprise, as he couldn't even believe that the boy was holding up against the mastery of fear. He looked at him intently and asked with a smirk if he was sure that he could stand by his words. Aiden, with a fierce grin, said that he was sure, and also asked the Margrave if he wanted to, that is, make a bet with him. Aiden knew very well that the old man always had a weakness for betting. He smiled and said that if he could not make a single scratch on the Margrave, he would join his knightly order. But at that very moment, he looked intently at the man and said that if he won, he should give him his sword. The man froze in shock. He was puzzled by such a bet. He simply could not believe that the young man was eager to get his family heirloom. He looked closely at his old friend and said with a sneer that his son was not like him. The young man exhaled heavily, as he was glad that he managed to survive. At that very moment, the Margrave looked intently at his old friend, for he saw that he could not bear the mastery of fear, and fainted. He looked at the young gentleman with a grin and said that he would certainly accept his bet. At that moment, the Demon Lord said that it seemed like the young man had his sights set on the sword from the very beginning. The soapy response said that he should get a similar sword if he was given such an opportunity. He saw one of the legendary Beelzebub swords in front of him. At that moment, the Demon Lord told his master with a grin that he was indeed on their side. Sometime later, the knights prepared for the duel. Aiden looked at his opponent with a smirk and asked if he really planned to use the Ogre Slayer's sword against the goblin. At that very moment, the Margrave said with a grin that he did not know who the young man really was, a goblin or an org, and no matter who the enemy was, a knight's duty was to give it his all. Each man was furious, for his opponent had again used the trait of chivalrous politeness, which he knew had never changed, whether past or present. He knew that the duel had several conditions, namely that they were not allowed to use the aura blade, and the Margrave would not move his right leg. At first glance, this might seem unfair, but for the swordmaster, this was not even a hindrance. He understood that if he thoughtlessly rushed at him, he would be immediately knocked out. At that very moment, the Margrave turned around, as he saw that they had quite a lot of spectators, but he still told his opponent that they should begin. The young man looked at his opponent with a grin and agreed with him. At that very moment, the Margrave was taken aback, as he saw that the young man had gone on the offensive. He was surprised, but in turn he managed to block his opponent's blow with ease. At that very moment, he looked at the young man with a grin and asked if he had really started throwing himself at his neck from the very beginning. he noticed that the young man had been in a real fight. Aiden looked at the man with a smirk and said that he knew he would block such a blow, as he expected his opponent to easily block the blows. But he had no intention of giving up, and at that very moment he rushed towards his opponent, as he wanted to deal with him and find his weak spot. The Margrave was surprised, as the young man used an unusual fencing style in battle. A moment later, he realized that this style of fencing was preferred by incompetent mercenaries. He forgot how he looked at the young man and said that if he joined their knightly order, they would have to fix it. At that moment, the demon lord snorted as he raised what kind of relationship they had now. Aiden was burning with rage as the old man began to insult him again. But despite such insults, he was not going to give up, and at that very moment, he rushed towards his opponent, as he wanted to see how he would deal with the incompetent fencing master. The young man again dealt blow after blow to his opponent. The Margrave was puzzled by such pressure. But the young man was not going to give up. He applied the skill of the king of mercenaries every time. The man looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that he was not going to lose to such a simpleton. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as his young opponent used a knightly charge. The Margrave was shocked. He did not understand what had happened. Aiden only looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, preparing to deal him a crushing blow. Everyone present was shocked. They couldn't believe that their young master was moving forward with ease, but now they were convinced that the rumors that he had defeated the troll were not a lie. The Duke looked closely at his son. He realized that the Margrave, despite his fatigue, was a master of the sword. He did not know if his son could cope with his friend. But the Margrave only looked at the young man with anger, since he had no intention of losing to him. But moments later he was taken aback as another hail of enemy attacks rained down on him. He was a little puzzled, as he did not understand what kind of strange technique the young man was using. He saw that he was striking randomly, but he was aiming for the vital ones. He was shocked, but at the same time glad, because he understood that this was simply incomprehensible, and he really had to take the young man under his control in the future. Aiden was taken aback when his opponent blocked the shot. But at that very moment the Margrave struck the young man, but the youth managed to dodge. Aiden was furious as his opponent simply swung his sword. The demon lord told his comrade that if he tried to block the blow, he would simply be cut in half. Aiden, in turn, easily bounced off his opponent. The man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he had an interesting sword technique, but if that was all he had, he would not be able to defeat him in a fight. Aiden, breathing heavily, looked closely at the man and said that he was still standing on his feet. Tirids immediately laughed wildly and told the young man that he had never disappointed him, and that his eyes seemed just as sharp. Tirid looked at the young man with a grin and greeted him in advance in the knightly order. At that very moment, the young gentleman thanked the Margrave in advance with a fierce grin on his face, and at that very moment he stood at attention, since he did not intend to follow the Margrave's designated path. But a moment later the young man, with his ease, disappeared from his opponent's field of vision. Tirid froze for a moment in shock, as he did not understand where his opponent had suddenly disappeared to. He didn't understand how the young man could move at such speed. At that very moment, he realized that his opponent was hiding his true skills. He was shocked because the young man easily inflicted a very strong cut on him, and he did not even notice it. He was angry with himself, as he realized that he had been deceived. After the blow, Aiden looked at his opponent with a smirk and said that he would handle his weapon well. Everyone looked at them intently and in surprise, as they did not understand what had happened at all. The spectators wondered if it was really all over. At that very moment they exploded with joy and began to praise their master. The Duke was shocked. He did not expect anything like this from his son. A moment later, everyone started chanting their master's name. They were glad that he had won, because they believed in him. After the victory, the demon lord asked the young master if he was worried about using the ring. He also noted that the young man was more suited to the underworld than a hero. Aiden did not understand why his comrade was so nervous, but the lord still insisted that the young man was just a cheater. The Margrave approached the young man with a smile and said that he had not disappointed him, because he had managed to lure him into a trap, and at the same time he had hidden his skills. Aiden said with a smile that it was just luck. Aiden looked at his opponent in bewilderment. as he thought the man would lose his arm, but he only gave him a light scratch. At that very moment, the man handed the sword to the young man. Aiden bowed and thanked his opponent, and said that he would handle him with care. In turn, he could barely contain his emotions, since he knew that he had received the real treasure. The Lord sighed heavily and told the young man that he was not a hero, but a crook. Sometime later, the young man stared at the legendary sword. At that moment, he looked closely at the demon lord and asked what had happened to him, since he had previously called him a crook. The Lord looked at the young man with a grin and said that he still did not know how to use this sword correctly, and he knew the secret of the legendary swords, which people did not know about. Aiden was shocked by this. He wanted to know if it was a secret or a curse. The demon lord laughed and told the young man that he would not tell it for free, but if he swears to serve him and never force him to drink the holy potion, he will tell everything. A moment later, the young man turned around and looked at the demon lord with a smirk. As he had already managed to make a blood pact, the lord was furious, as he had just been tricked. Aiden looked at him with a smirk and asked if his subordinates didn't wield dark swords. He asked the demon lord if he thought he didn't know about it. Beelzebub is one of the legendary swords. On the outside, they looked like simple blades that were durable, but in reality, they were created from the bodies of the corrupt lords who once ruled the ancient underworld. Only much later did it turn out that these swords were cursed, and each sword contained the power of a different corrupt lord. There were several conditions to awaken the sword's hidden power, including a person pouring blood into the sword and making a blood pact. The demon lord was furious, as he knew that for the first time he could be the victor. Aiden asked with a smirk why he should serve the lord as he was already dead. He also told the lord to get ready, as he would be drinking the holy potion. The next day, the young man met his father. The Duke sighed heavily and asked his son if he really meant to say that he wanted to join the Margrave's search party. The young man smiled and said that it was true. At that moment, the Duke looked at his son with excitement and said that he knew that he was very strong, but this search was very dangerous, and this place was incomparable with the mountain of monsters, so it was difficult for him to give his permission for such a thing. Aiden, with sadness and sorrow in his voice, told his father that he intended to go on campaign with the great Margrave. He hesitated, not knowing how to persuade his father, but at that very moment he laughed at the Margrave and told his friend not to worry, as they would be together and he would look after the young man. The Margrave told his friend with a smile that he would ensure his son's safety no matter what the cost. At that very moment the Duke sighed heavily and told his son that this was not a picnic at all. Aiden smiled and said that he knew about it and understood everything, but he also asked if this investigation was not for the safety of their territory, because if so, he also really wanted to go. The Margrave looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he must let his son go. The Duke was puzzled, as he knew that he could not just let his son go. Aiden looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, because he knew that in his past life he was useless, but this time he wanted to prove his worth to everyone. At that moment, the demon lord said that the young man was not going for the Duke, but for the sword awakening. The next condition for awakening the sword is to absorb a huge amount of life force into it. He wanted to defeat monsters and obtain life force. Aiden was very serious, as he wanted to deal with all the monsters in his path. At that moment, the demon lord sighed heavily and said that for the first time he felt sorry for some pathetic monsters. At the same time, there was chaos in the Pirin Mountains. The monsters ran away in fear as they sensed the approaching danger. Sometime later, the research team arrived at the site. Aiden looked in surprise at the beautiful fortress that was built to protect against the demonic beasts of the Data Mountains, but he did not know if this was really true. Aiden looked around and realized that the room and the soldiers were in complete disarray, and in such a situation they would not be able to cope even with the goblin horde. He did not understand how they intended to hold back the attacks of the monsters. A moment later, the chief officer of the fortress greeted them. The man looked at them with a smile and introduced himself. He said that he was the chief officer of the fortress, Dasvalt Timon. Dasvalt Timon looked intently at the Margrave and at the same moment looked at the young master with a grin, while calling him the Master of Trolls. At the same time, the knights mocked the young man, because they saw a rude person in front of them, but they also said that he was a great troll lord, but they did not believe that he was able to crush the troll. Lo couldn't stand it and looked at them with anger. He wanted to deal with them right away, but the young master told his loyal raider to calm down and not pay attention to them. The demon lord was puzzled. He did not understand how his master could be calm in such a situation, but he knew that a fight would not lead to anything good because he had heard this many times, and he was no longer angry. At that very moment, the Margrave looked away with an angry expression as he noticed that there was fresh air around them, but for some reason, many beetles were flying around, making a lot of noise. At that very moment, he looked at the knight of the fortress with a menacing gaze, and he trembled with fear. The knights were taken aback and looked away from the newcomers. After some time, they were walking around the outskirts of the fortress. Dasvaltiman said with a smile that he heard the news that there were monster attacks in every territory. Aiden, looking at the man, he asked if something similar had happened in the vicinity of the fortress. The man smiled and said that there was no need to worry about their strength. The Margrave looked at the man in surprise and asked if there were monsters living right in front of the fortress, which meant there was no danger. The man smiled and said that there was no danger. At that very moment, he said with a smile on his face that the orcs had settled in the center of the mountain range, and perhaps it was because of the orcs that the monsters did not descend into their territory. The young man was surprised that the monsters kept other monsters at a distance. He understood that this was nonsense. At that very moment, he was taken aback as the demon lord called him. He told his master that something great was coming. The young man was a little puzzled, as he could not see anything. But looking back, he saw something, and at that very moment he informed the Viscount that the monsters were approaching and they had to close the gates. The Viscount looked at him in bewilderment, as he did not understand what the young gentleman was talking about. He smiled and told the young gentleman that his jokes had gone too far, since there was nowhere for the monster to appear. But at that very moment the Margrave told the Viscount to close the gates immediately. The Viscount looked at the Margrave in surprise, as he did not expect him to fall for such tricks. But a few minutes later, he heard a terrible noise and rumble. The Margrave immediately reported that they had sensed a wave of monsters. At the same time, monsters were approaching the fortress in a terrible stream. The knights of the fortress were shocked and frightened. They did not understand what was happening at all. They screamed and called for the Viscount, because they did not know what to do. The Viscount was taken aback, not knowing what to answer his subordinates. At that very moment, the Margrave shouted angrily and asked what they were waiting for. He shouted for them to close the gates immediately. The knights were taken aback, but obeyed the order. They closed the gates in a hurry and trembled with fear when they saw the monster approaching them. But after a few minutes, one monster still managed to slip through the gap in the gate. He did not waste time, and at that very moment, he attacked the knight. The knight was shocked, he screamed, as the pain from the fangs and the monster was unbearable. But a moment later, the young master easily dealt with the monster. At that very second, the monster's lifeless body fell to the ground with a crash. Aiden looked closely at his new sword, as he knew that this was not enough. But nevertheless, he noticed that the sword was sucking out life energy quite well. The young knights looked at each other in surprise. They couldn't believe that the young master had just used the sword's aura. At that moment, they thought that the rumors about the Troll Master were true after all. At that moment, the Demon Lord burst out laughing. As the young man was again called the Troll Master, Aiden was very angry. A moment later, the young knight thanked the master for saving him. Aiden was embarrassed by this and shouted at the knight that instead of thanking him, he should grab his weapon and defend the wall, and the same applied to everyone else. Lu rushed to his master with lightning speed. He was worried about his mother and wanted to know if he was okay. Aiden sighed heavily and told his knight to look into the distance. The young knight was taken aback when he saw such a sight. He could not believe what he saw, as this was the first time he had seen such a huge number of monsters. Aiden looked at the monsters with a fierce grin, as he knew that from now on they would be his daily snack. The young man looked at the young master with bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. Aiden looked at his new sword with a fierce grin and asked if he wanted to eat them. Aiden was taken aback after a moment and wondered what he was even saying, since he hadn't expected anything like that from himself. At that very moment, he heard the Demon Lord's wild laughter as he claimed that the young man simply couldn't help himself from doing something like that. He said that his sword was the sword of gluttony. He drew out the gluttonous instincts of his owner. The demon lord told the young man that he really enjoyed listening to his true feelings. At that moment, the young man was taken aback, as he realized that he needed to be more careful. Aiden understood that since he was in such a place, he could awaken his sword. He wanted to gratefully absorb all the life energy in his path. At that very moment, he saw the Margrave, who, with a satisfied smile, told him that he would soon return after cleaning. Aiden shouted at the Margrave that he should stop, as he wanted to deal with the monsters himself. He shouted and asked the man to stop, but all his attempts were unsuccessful, as the man easily pushed off the ground and rushed into the heights. Aiden was shocked by the old man's behavior, but he could not do anything. At the same time, the Margrave looked at all his opponents with a fierce grin. He wanted to kill them all at once. At that moment, the knights were taken aback. As they saw the blade of aura, they knew that only a sword master could use something like that. Aiden was shocked by what was happening. He shouted at the Margrave to leave him at least half of the monsters. But the man, with a fierce grin, dealt blow after blow, sparing no monster in his path. After some time, they could only see the corpses of the monsters. A moment after the battle, Tirid laughed, as he had not used his power properly for a long time, and now he was raising that releasing power was very wonderful. At the same moment, the young master, with tears in his eyes, wondered why he had come to this territory at all. The Viscount looked at the men with a smile and thanked them, since thanks to them they had escaped without much damage. A minute later, the young master heard the voice of the demon lord and thought that he had come to mock him again. At that moment, the demon lord said that a wave of monsters was just approaching. The young man was a little puzzled and did not understand what the lord was saying. The lord said that the grandiose thing he spoke of was not a wave of monsters. Aiden was a little puzzled and wondered if it wasn't a wave of monsters, then what was it? At that very moment, the young master turned around as he felt something was wrong. He was taken aback and froze in place in shock when he saw a large ball of fire above them. He was shocked by what was happening, and without hesitation shouted to everyone present to leave immediately. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback, as they did not understand what had happened at all. But the Margrave knew that it was a fire spell, and he assumed that a magician was targeting them. Aiden understood perfectly well that this was not a magician at all. The demon lord asked the young man if he knew what kind of creature it was. He sighed heavily, as he knew that this creature was from his past life. And because of that creature, he almost went to heaven in his past life, so he couldn't just forget about the monster. At that moment, the knight began to tremble with fear. He did not understand why they all rushed towards them. Everyone was puzzled, as they saw terrible creatures in front of them, orcs and trolls attacking defenseless people. The Viscount was shocked. He could not understand how the trolls, wastelanders, and orcs of the mountains could unite. He knew that they had always fought with each other, but he did not understand why they were now advancing together. At that very moment, the Margrave informed the young man that he would return soon. Aiden sighed and said that there were too many of them for him alone. The man looked at the young man in surprise. At that very moment, Aiden told the man to just look at the very end of the horde. After all, a difficult enemy was waiting for them there. Tirid was taken aback, as he had never seen anything like this before. Now they all saw before them a monster with magical power and might that was comparable to a sword master. They were all convinced that in front of them was the supreme troll. The Margrave looked closely at his comrades and told them to evacuate all people immediately. He used his power and, looking into the distance, said with fury that he could buy them a little time. Aiden looked at the man and said that there was another way out. The Margrave looked at the young man in surprise and asked how he wanted to deal with a creature that even he found difficult. Aiden looked at us as his knight and asked him to take out the soldiers and hold back the creatures with all his might. The young man bowed and said that he would certainly do everything. At that very moment, the knight rushed to carry out his master's order. The Margrave looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was planning, because he knew that the High Troll alone could match the Sword Master. He told the young man that he should understand that he could not cope with something like that. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he knew that the moment the Supreme Troll created an army of trolls, the difficulty of his subjugation increased several times. and even if they went to fight him alone, he would not last long. Aiden looked at the man intently and said that there was one way for everyone to survive. Since they had little time, he wanted to explain everything briefly. Aiden looked intently at everyone present and began to explain his plan of action. The men were shocked by what they heard. The Viscount looked at them in surprise and shouted that this was simply a ridiculous plan. He shouted that if the Margrave left now, this place would turn into ruins within a few minutes. At that very moment, a loud explosion thundered behind them. The Margrave looked at the young man with fury and asked if he understood how absurd his words were. Aiden looked at the man with a menacing gaze and said that he understood, but he knew that this was the only way out, and since they didn't have time, he wanted them to believe him at least this once. The Margrave thought for a moment, since the young man had previously said absurd things, but in the end he always emerged victorious. For a few minutes he thought and weighed the pros and cons. After a moment he said with a smile that he just couldn't stop being amazed at his ingenuity, so this time he would trust him. At that very moment he looked at the young man with a grin and said that if he made a mistake, he would have to join his knightly order. Aiden sighed heavily as he saw that his opponent was still overcome with excitement, but he was unable to refuse the Margrave and agreed. At that very moment, the Margrave used his strength and marked himself in the direction of the forest while the young man looked after him. The Demon Lord asked the young master if there was really only one supreme troll in this world. He didn't understand why he was so sure that it was the same one as in his past life. Aiden asked the Overlord if he knew how much the orcs and trolls hated each other. He knew that the only one who could repair the orcs and command them was this creature, and he did something similar through the use of extremely cruel methods. A moment later, the terrible creatures were destroying everything in their path, sparing no one. Lo, in turn, did not give up, and continued to deal with all the creatures on his difficult path. The young man looked at his faithful knight with a satisfied grin, as he had become strong and could now kill trolls. He assumed that the herbs he had given him earlier had worked. The Lord said that the unusual method had worked after all. Aiden knew that these trolls couldn't be killed so easily, because it was not for nothing that the monsters led by the Supreme Troll were called an immortal army. At that very moment, the Supreme Troll used his magic, as he wanted to restore his charges. The knights were overjoyed that they had managed to kill the troll, but after a few minutes, they froze with bewilderment on their faces as they saw that the troll's head had miraculously begun to return back with the help of fire. A moment later, the troll's head was firmly attached to his body. Everyone was puzzled, and they saw that the Supreme Troll could bring his subordinates back to life. The master knew that usually it would take an aura blade, a sword master, or an archmage spell to destroy them. But now he had another better way. Aiden looked at his beautiful sword with a fierce grin as he assumed that it was hungry, since it had missed its meal earlier. He said that he would give it some trolls for our unity. The Demon Lord sighed heavily as he realized that the sword would have a hard time with such a master. At the same time, Lo met his new opponent. After he consumed the young master's poison, or as the master said, it was medicinal herbs, he became quite strong. But he understood that he would not be able to fight with his current opponents, so he was puzzled by this, because he still did not have time to repay the young master for all his goodness. At that very moment, the terrible troll headed towards the young knight, preparing to strike him. The young man, gritting his teeth, met his opponent, but he earnestly asked the master for forgiveness. But a moment later he was taken aback, as he saw a young gentleman riding on a troll, and the young gentleman was praising his knight for a job well done. Lu was shocked by what he saw and shouted at the young master to be careful, as even if he beheaded such a creature, it would not die. Aiden looked intently at his sword and announced that it was already time for lunch. He understood that he did not have the power of a sword master, but he had the power of sword gluttony. He knew that sword gluttony consumed the existence of its target, and after absorption, the target was completely destroyed and fell dead. The main troll was taken aback when he saw this. At that moment, the young master burst into wild laughter, because the trolls were truly delicious. He knew that one of them had the strength equivalent to dozens of wolves. At that very moment, he turned around and looked intently at all the creatures present, while giving them a creepy grin that made even the creatures afraid and tremble. Aiden looked at them with a predatory grin and a creepy gaze, as he was interested in whether the orcs were tasty. He asked his sword if he wanted to try them too. Sometime later, the young master looked at his defeated enemies with a grin, but he knew that it was still not enough. Aiden looked at his opponents with a fierce grin, since the trolls were indeed full inside, and no matter how much he ate of them, he still wanted more. His opponents trembled with fear, and some with rage. At that very moment, the chief troll released all his power on the young man. Aiden, in turn, had no intention of giving up, and at that very moment he rushed towards his opponent. Noticing that he looked very angry, the demon lord told the young man that instead of running around like a coward, he should face his opponent head-on. The young man knew that in his past life he would have done the same, but now running away was the only way out, because if fire magic touched him, he would be struck. He understood perfectly well that he had to hold out until the Margrave arrived. At that very moment, the demon lord informed the young man that an enemy was towering over him. Aiden was grateful to the demon lord because he warned him of the danger in advance, and he was able to jump back. But in turn, he looked with fury at the annoying orcs. The demon lord asked his comrade in surprise why he hadn't absorbed the orcs from the very beginning. He said that maybe the orcs weren't as good as the trolls, but they still had a lot of vitality. Aiden said with a grin that it was all because he had another use for them. He said that if their esteemed Margrave arrived on time, it would be more profitable not to kill the orcs. He understood that for now he had to somehow hold out. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and looked away in confusion, as the High Troll used fire magic again. He was puzzled, as he saw that the High Troll had released all of his power. Aiden froze in shock when he saw what the High Troll was capable of. But at that very moment, he gathered all his strength, and with ease he lifted himself into the air. He was furious, as he saw that the High Troll was now trying to burn everything, be it friend or foe. He understood that without the ring, he would have been fried long ago. The demon lord looked at them in surprise. He did not understand how the young man was going to avoid the next attack. The young man was taken aback, and at the same moment asked himself the same question. He was puzzled because he knew that the demon lord was right. He was furious because he knew he simply couldn't die in a place like that. But he knew it would probably end anyway. At that very moment, he clearly saw the aura of the sword near him, and a moment later, he heard the voice of the Margrave. Aiden was surprised that the Margrave actually put out the fire right away. He was very glad that the man arrived so quickly, but he was surprised that he had covered such a distance in such a short time. He looked closely at the men as he raised his eyebrows and saw that everything had gone smoothly. At that very moment, the beast growled as his old acquaintance appeared on the battlefield. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not understand what was happening. Aiden looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, as he saw that the situation had changed. But a moment later, his grin disappeared as the demon lord informed his master that he was falling. Aiden was shocked. He realized that he couldn't just fall, since he used all his strength and couldn't rise. But at that very moment, their new acquaintance grabbed the young master. A moment later, he was already on the ground and dumbfoundedly thanked his savior. At the same time, the monsters began to tremble with fear. The knights were taken aback. They did not understand what had happened because the orc had just saved the young master. At that very moment, the orcs asked for forgiveness for not being able to protect the king, but he shouted to his brothers that they must take revenge on the trolls who had humiliated them. At that moment, the trolls were taken aback, as the orcs were advancing on them. The knights were stunned. They did not understand what had happened and why the orcs suddenly attacked the trolls, since they had previously been on the same side. The demon lord was taken aback as he saw that everything was happening as the young master had said. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was right. He said that the troll had used the orcs' loyalty to their tribe and chieftain against them, and he had taken the chieftain and the children hostage to control the orcs. Aiden looked into the distance with a grin and said that in Iraq his enemy is his friend. For this reason, he did not recklessly absorb the orcs. At that very moment, the troll growled wildly as his plan had gone down the drain. The Margrave did not sit idle. He immediately rushed into battle against the enemy. He was surprised that his opponent defended himself with his fire, and at the same moment he noticed that his enemy was not inferior to the Swordmaster. The Margrave understood that if he were alone, he would not be able to defeat such an enemy. But now he was not alone at all, and he understood that with the help of his comrades, they would defeat the enemy. The troll was burning with anger and fury as he was attacked from all sides. The Margrave understood that if there was another Swordmaster, the situation would change. The troll growled and fought off the blows as best he could. The Margrave looked at his enemy with fury, as he wanted him to stop driving and just die. He was furious because he understood that he could not die so senselessly. He screamed that he would never forgive the people who killed his parents. At that very moment, they were taken aback, because they did not understand what had happened, because at that very moment, they saw her strange movement of mana. The troll screamed that he would certainly explode all the mana in his body and take them all with him to the next world. The man was furious, as he knew that even he could not stop something like this, and the knights would not be able to resist the flames. He turned around, and at that very moment shouted to everyone to run immediately as the troll was about to explode. At that very moment, he was taken aback, as he saw that the young master had rushed to meet the troll. He was furious and shouted at the young master to leave immediately, as he could die at this rate. Aiden looked at the gift with a grin and immediately rushed towards the mighty troll, who was about to explode. He shouted with a fierce grin that the last blow would be his. A very loud explosion thundered for a moment. Aiden looked into the distance with a fierce grin at the monster he was already devouring. He was happy as he knew that the time had come for the main course. At that very moment he saw a fire writhing around him. The knights watched everything that was happening and called for the young master, but it was all in vain. The Margrave was puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on at all. He didn't understand how the young man was even going to cope with such a powerful explosion of mana. He wondered if he really had a plan. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he realized that the life force and mana were much more extensive. He didn't think that the sword could absorb everything. At the same time the troll screamed mercilessly, Aiden knew that in a little while it would all be over. At that very moment he shouted to the Demon Lord that he needed his help. The Demon Lord was furious. He did not understand how the young man could use him for such a thing. But at that very moment he said that if he promised not to drink holy potions for that week, he would help him. Aiden was furious, but he still quickly agreed and shouted at the Demon Lord to hurry up. He knew that his sword had already absorbed enough life force, and now he had to fulfill the final condition for awakening. He intended to infuse it with demonic energy to awaken the corrupt lord that was sleeping within the sword. A moment later, the vicious lord sensed demonic energy, the son of which he had not encountered for a long time. He was furious because he did not give up who dared to wake him up. Aiden felt the overwhelming presence of ancient evil in that moment. He knew that if he were an ordinary person, he would have been repaired on the spot and turned into a puppet, but he had something that that guy was afraid of. The Demon Lord greeted the Lord with a grin, as the latter had previously asked why and who had woken him up. The Lord was in shock. He did not understand why the Demon Lord suddenly decided to awaken him. The Demon Lord looked at the Lord with indignation and told him to stop talking nonsense and just hand over his powers to him. The Lord was shocked and could not believe that he saw the ruler in front of him, but at that very moment he shouted that he would give up all powers. Aiden looked at them with a smirk, because he knew that the Overlord had destroyed all the evil lords and became the ruler of the underworld, and it was no wonder that the Lord was afraid of him. He told the Overlord with a smirk that he could be useful in certain circumstances. The Demon Lord was a little surprised and confused by his words, but still wanted the young man to simply keep his promise. Aiden shouted that he would certainly fulfill his promise, and at that very moment energy rushed over him. Aiden held back with all his might, but he shouted to his sword to quickly absorb the power that was enveloping him. His sword threw off all shackles, and at that very moment began to absorb the troll's mana. The troll was furious and screamed in pain, and because his life energy was leaving. The Margrave was in shock. He shouted to the young man that he could not see anything, but he still had to be careful. Everyone present was in shock, as they felt a very strong gust of wind. Aiden shouted to his opponent that he should become his strength. But the troll resisted, as he had no intention of doing anything like that. But after a while everything went quiet. The Margrave was taken aback because he saw that the wind had stopped. But he was puzzled because he did not understand where the high troll had gone, Lo asked in bewilderment. But it was all over, and they were already safe. Aiden, sighing heavily, wondered if this was the true power of the Lord of Gluttony. At that moment he was taken aback, because he realized that he had eaten too much power. The demon lord told his master that it was his fault, because he tried to eat everything, and he knew very well what would happen. He said that no matter how powerful the power is, if it is abused, it turns into poison, and as sad as it is, but he will have to let go of some of it. He was against this because he wanted to absorb it, no matter what. But at that very moment, the young man was taken aback and froze with bewilderment on his face, as he saw something incomprehensible. A moment later, the demon lord informed his master that the person in front of him was none other than Phoenix. Aiden knew that this was not surprising, since the high troll used fire magic. Aiden quietly touched the egg and wondered if he had been consumed by the high troll and had fallen into a comatose state. He knew that it was a very rare species, just like dragons, so he didn't understand how it had ended up in a place like this. At that moment, the young man realized that if he could eat it, he would be able to use fire magic. The Lord asked the young man in surprise, "Didn't he say that he would vomit from overeating?" Aiden knew that this was true. But the ability to use fire magic was a different matter entirely. The Overlord told the young man with a smirk that watching him, he understood how reckless human greed could be. At that very moment, with a fierce grin, he thanked the heavens for this treat. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback, as the Margrave approached him and patted him on the back with a joyful smile, because he was glad that the young man had succeeded. Aiden, in turn, could not stand this, and at that very moment, he released all his contents. The Margrave was shocked. He asked the young man in bewilderment if everything was in order. The demon lord in turn mocked the young man, as he deserved his punishment for his greed. The Margrave was taken aback, as he saw a very rare creature. He was puzzled, as he did not understand why the phoenix was in such a place. Aiden was puzzled. He knew that his mana and life force were running out, so he had to eat the phoenix. But a moment later he was taken aback and froze in surprise when he saw that her face began to crack. Aiden was puzzled because he realized that he could not absorb the phoenix. A moment later, everyone saw that the phoenix had awakened. The Lord said that all this happened after he accepted the mana that he had torn out. Everyone present froze in shock and amazement as they were able to see a phoenix in person, and it was luck. Aiden looked at the Margrave with fury because he had missed something valuable. He knew that such a chance came once in a lifetime. But a moment later he looked at the phoenix in bewilderment as it suddenly sat on his head. Everyone present froze in place, staring at the man. Seeing such a sight, the young master was a little perplexed. He couldn't understand what was going on or why the man was sitting on his head. But a moment later, the young master was enveloped in phoenix magic. Everyone present was taken aback, as they had never seen anything like it before, and they were very worried about the young master. Aiden wondered in confusion if the date knew that he had tried to eat it and was now going to burn it alive. But after a moment he realized that the fire was not hot at all. The demon lord informed the young man that he had received the blessing of the phoenix, which granted him significant resistance to most types of flames, as he had been resurrected by absorbing the mana the young man had expended, and perhaps he saw him as his savior. Aiden remembered his past life with a grin and realized that fire resistance would be very useful to him in the future. A few minutes later, he watched intently as the phoenix lifted into the air with ease and flew off into the distance towards the horizon, leaving behind only one feather. But at that very moment his peace was disturbed, as the Margrave asked the young man in a hurry if he was okay, because a few minutes ago he had been burning with a bright flame. Aiden said with a smile that he was fine. The Margrave looked at the young man intently and said that ever since they met, he had been experiencing incredible things because of the young man. Aiden said with a smile that he was equally perplexed, since this was his first experience in such matters. Aiden looked at the leader of the orc tribe with bewilderment, since he did not understand why he was still near them. He asked, "Did you really want to continue fighting?" But at that very moment, The chief said that the oath was broken, and he would pay, and the price was death. So the young man had to take his head. At that very moment they froze in surprise and stared intently at the leader. A moment later he turned to them again and told the young man that he had to take his head. Aiden looked at the leader with bewilderment and asked what oath he was talking about. A few minutes later, he learned of the orc's oath. Long ago, the head of the Rems family and the orc chieftain fought in a duel for this land. The orc leader lost the fight and vowed to return to the mountains and never come down again, after which they settled in the mountains and protected this land. Now he understood why the orcs did not come down and lived in the mountain, and now he understood why the Viscount said such words. Aiden the Stare looked at the chieftain, for he knew that his race valued an oath more than their own lives. The chieftain sighed heavily and said that his head would be enough, but they still had to save his clan. Aiden turned away from the chieftain and casually said that he did not particularly need his head, and therefore he could go back. The chief was furious. He shouted that this was the oath of the ancestors, and he must pay for breaking it. He was furious and kept shouting. Young Master was very angry because he saw that the chief was very noisy, so he wondered if he should just cut him down, but he understood that they were protecting their territory, so he had better endure it. But a moment later, he looked at the chief with a grin, because he knew that he could pay for breaking the oath with something other than his head. At the same moment, the chief looked at the young man with bewilderment, because he did not understand what was being discussed. The next day, the Margrave looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment, since he was not at all sure what he was looking at. Aiden asked with a satisfied smile if it was really a compliment. At that very moment, the young knight sighed heavily. He did not understand why the sandbags were so heavy. But he, in turn, was even more puzzled when he saw that his new orc comrades were carrying several bags at a time, as if they did not feel their weight. The Margrave was surprised and at the same time amazed. He could not believe what he saw, since nothing like this had ever happened before and had never happened in history. So the orcs and people worked together. Aiden told the man with a satisfied smile that usually such actions took months, but if the orcs helped them, they could manage in a week. He said that the orcs were protecting the life of their leader, and they received free labor. Looking at the Margrave, he said that it was a win-win situation. The Margrave sighed heavily, as he could not understand the young man at all. Tirid, looking at everything that had happened, told the young man that he thought they should leave this matter in the slaughterhouse tower, since now that even the monsters from the wasteland had appeared, it was no longer in their power. The young man knew perfectly well that he had already gotten what he wanted, so the rest was not his problem, because he had come to awaken his sword, and he had done so, and on top of that, he had received the blessing of the Phoenix. Now he could calmly return and train. But when he returned, he was taken aback and froze in surprise. As they thanked him for saving the territory, everyone was shouting and chanting his name and saying that he was cool. The men said that they had heard that the High Troll had been defeated by the young master's sword. They had also heard that the young master could even control phoenixes, and not only phoenixes, but he could control orcs with a flick of his finger. Aiden was puzzled and did not understand where all the distorted rumors came from. He was angry, as he absolutely hated such superficial greeting ceremonies. At the same time, the demon lord laughed at the young man, as the flower crown suited him very well. But at that very moment, the demon lord told the young master that he thought that all the people gathered considered him a hero, and this was sincere, but the young master was a little puzzled, since he did not see anything wrong with it. Some time later, he visited the Kessie research lab. He sighed heavily and asked the girl if this couldn't be fixed in any way. She sighed heavily and, asking for forgiveness, said that nothing could be fixed now, and it seemed that the syndrome of maneuvering deficiency in her body was more serious than she thought, and they needed a much more delicate medicine than the one with which she treated the sweet knight. Aiden looked at the young lady intently and asked how much such a medicine would cost. Since he could pay any amount, Cassie looked at him with a smile and said that money was not the main thing, because they needed an alchemist skilled enough to create an elixir of the highest class. She said that such an alchemist could probably only be found at the imperial court, but she was still grateful to the young master for such actions, because if she had remained in her refuge, she would have died long ago, having spent her entire life searching for a cure. At that very moment, he sighed heavily and asked if they would really succeed, and if they had a good alchemist. She was surprised, looked at him, and asked if he hadn't heard what she said. Aiden, when leaving, said that he knew someone very useful. At that very moment he sighed heavily and said that she didn't need to worry, and that she should just wait for him at the estate because he would soon bring the alchemist. The young lady, in turn, froze in shock and surprise. At first she had doubts, because he suddenly came to her and offered to tell her how to cure mana deficiency syndrome, and he even allocated funds for research. The young lady then accepted everything that was happening, knowing that her body would not last long, but she had no other choice but to accept his offer. Next, she was in despair, as she was devastated by the fact that the method of treating her body was incredibly complex. And now, the people she met still had warm words but cold actions. But looking at the young master, she saw his cold words but warm actions. The young lady had not felt such warmth for a very long time. Cassie, holding back her emotions, told the young gentleman that it was very interesting. At that very moment she could not stand it, and with tears in her eyes, but with a satisfied smile, she told the gentleman that she was asking him to bring her an experienced alchemist, because in the end, her research was perfect. Some time later, the demon lord told the young man in surprise that he was doing something for someone else, and it was said that the sudden change "you are human" and could be fatal, so he must be careful. The young man sighed heavily and said that he was simply fulfilling his promises. Promises are very important for mercenaries, and it was not at all difficult, since he was planning to visit the alchemist soon anyway. He knew he didn't have much time left. A few days later, the young man visited the largest city of free trade in the Macurlan Empire. It was a very lively city. At that moment, the ruler of the demons asked his comrade if he had really been to such a city. Aiden sighed heavily, as he knew it was a hot city where it felt like everyone was working tirelessly, but the city itself had disappeared due to the attack of a mad dragon. Aiden assumed he was the only one who found the situation strange. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man where the experienced alchemist he had spoken of earlier was. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he would find his way there, so the lord should just remain silent. At the same time, in the outskirts of the city, namely in the slum area, there was chaos. The man looked at his opponent with anger and asked if he had not told him that he should prepare for this day. Joseph was taken aback and said that no matter how quickly he worked, at best he would only be able to complete this order in a week, and if he suddenly asked him to make several times more elixirs of the highest quality, it would take even longer. The man angrily shouted that it was not his problem and told his opponent that if he did not bring the order, he could get hurt. Joseph was taken aback and, trembling with fear, agreed with the employer. At that very moment, the men were taken aback because they heard some weirdo who was happily shouting that whoever was being threatened or blackmailed could offer good solutions to the problem. The man was taken aback and told his comrades to go up to the young man and deal with him. At that very moment, the terrible man approached the young man and asked why he was hanging around in such a place. He looked at the young man with fury and told him to stop messing around and leave immediately. Aiden asked Joseph with a smile if he had suffered from threats, attacks, or blackmail. The man looked at the young man with anger as he was interfering with his affairs. At that moment, he could not stand it any longer and walked towards him as he wanted to finish him off once and for all, as he was annoyed that the young man had ignored them. But a moment later, the man found himself on the ground, having been dealt a very serious blow that caused him to hit the wall. The men were shocked by what they saw. Aiden looked angrily at everyone present and told them to leave immediately, as he did not see his client. At that very moment, the man turned furiously towards the young man, as he did not understand how he dared to joke with his people. He shouted that he would certainly kill him. Aiden, in turn, easily dodged the man's blow, and a moment later, he looked at him with a fierce grin, as he managed to easily remove his opponent's pants and see attractive underwear. Aiden was not shy, and mockingly asked the mercenary where he bought such cute underwear. The man was filled with embarrassment and anger, and he shouted at the young man that he looked like a troll. At that very moment, the demon ruler burst out laughing, as he knew that this nickname suited him. Aiden, in turn, forgot about it out of anger and rage, but then the man shouted at the young man that he could not joke about such important people, and therefore he would not get away with such a thing. But after a few seconds, the man was taken aback and froze in shock as his sword was easily damaged and split into several pieces. The man froze and trembled at that very moment. Looking at the young man, he asked who he really was. The man couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was using sword aura right now. Aiden approached his opponent and said with fury and anger that his eyes needed to be corrected immediately. Aiden was very angry as the man compared him to a troll. Snorting, he told the man that he was lucky that he responded to such insults so easily. The demon lord was shocked as the young man was the first one to use the great sword in such a way. At that very moment, the man began to tremble with fear. He did not understand why such a person was in the slums. Aiden approached the man and with a smile asked, "What about his offer?" He asked if he needed his help. At the same moment, he said that he offered his services at a reasonable price. Joseph was puzzled. He wondered if the awakened butcher with the aura of a sword was offering him his help, and at a low price at that. He hoped that the young man was not going to ask for something crazy later. He didn't know if he could even trust such a crazy person. But Joseph understood perfectly well that he simply had no other choice. He burst into tears and asked for help. Joseph was a famous alchemist in the criminal underworld. His daughter was kidnapped by a criminal organization, namely the Cerberus Guild. Joseph was puzzled by everything that was happening, but to his bitter regret, he could not take his daughter from the hands of the scary people. Then the head of the guild told the man with a grin that he used to be an alchemist in a very interesting place. He told Joseph that he should give them pills once a week, and they would protect him and his daughter. He said that this was a very good deal, considering that they lived in such a not very safe place. In his past life, Joseph brought pills for years, but when he learned that his daughter was already dead, he asked him for revenge and soon joined her in the afterlife. Aiden understood perfectly well that this was only in a past life, and this time it was not too late to change everything. Joseph, bursting into bitter tears, shouted to the young man that he would give him everything he wanted, but he must save his daughter. Aiden immediately looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that he would, of course, fulfill his request, but he must remember that he must keep his word and give him everything he wanted. The demon lord told the young man that his sword said that he was the first person who had a stronger sense of gluttony than him. Aiden immediately said that it was a fair deal. A moment later, he turned around and looked at the man who was quietly leaving the crime scene. The man turned around hastily and trembled with fear. Aiden looked at the man intently and said that he had spared him for a reason. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. The master said that he had a few questions left, but he doubted that the man would answer voluntarily, so he intended to strike a few blows. But he shouted that he would answer all the questions. At the same time, peace and quiet reigned at the headquarters of the Cerberus Guild. The guild leader was very pleased with everything that was happening, as he knew that this time, with a few of Joseph's pills, they would make even more profit. But he wondered if he should just take one since they were so good for the body. At that very moment, he was taken aback and looked at the door with anger, as he did not understand who dared to enter his room without knocking. A moment later, he looked happily at his subordinate and asked if he had brought the pills from Joseph. But after a few minutes, he looked at his comrade's face in surprise, as he did not understand why he was looking like that. Aiden looked at the man with a satisfied smile and said that he had found him after all. The guild leader was puzzled. He did not understand who was in front of him now, and he wanted to know what the young man did to his people. At that very moment, the man touched the emergency artifact, which was supposed to ring if mana was poured into it. He looked at the unexpected guest with a fierce grin, because he understood that his people would soon come to his rescue, so they would easily deal with the young man. But to his regret, no one came to him for a long time. He was taken aback and wondered if the artifact was really broken. He could not bear it any longer and screamed, because he wanted someone to come and save him, because an uninvited guest was stepping on him. Aiden asked the man with a smirk if he was really looking for a member of his guild. At that very moment he smiled and said that he had come a little earlier and had dealt with them, so that they were now all in a deep sleep. Aiden looked at the man with fury and said that he would not let him fall asleep just like that. He wanted to know where Joseph's daughter was. At that very moment the man burst into wild laughter and asked the young man if he was the mercenary that Joseph had hired. The guild master had told the young man not to be so impudent after he had taken out a couple of warriors from his path. He immediately attacked the young man, as he was confident that he could defeat him since he was the strongest in the guild. But to his regret, after a few blows, he obediently walked over and showed where the girl was. Aiden was a little puzzled, as they had locked the girl in a very ominous place. The guildmaster said that she was an unusual child. A few minutes after the guild leader opened the dungeon, he told the intruder that the girl might seem calm. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to finish speaking when he suddenly received a very strong blow from the young lady. At that very moment he flew off very far away with a roar. The young girl, her eyes burning with anger, said that she would kill him immediately. Aiden looked intently at the man who had received a very strong blow, but at the same moment he turned his gaze to the young lady, since she was quite good-looking. But moments later, the demon lord told his comrade that the girl was heading towards him. The young man was a little surprised as she struck him with fury. The demon lord noticed that she was using an interesting power. She was using the power of a very annoying guy. At the same time, the young man was dodging her. He understood that it didn't matter, and it wasn't his business at all, because his goal was to save her and return her to Joseph. The young lady screamed furiously that they must take her back to her father, as she was very eager to return to him. At the same moment, the young man, in a calm manner, said that they would go to her father. The young lady was taken aback and froze in place in surprise. She asked the young savior if he would really take her to her father. Aiden looked at the young lady with a smile and said that her father asked him to save her, so they would return home immediately. She froze for a moment and, trembling, asked if she could really go to her father. He said with a smile that, of course, they would go to him now. At that very moment, her young lady could not bear it and joyfully embraced her savior. A moment later, emotions came over her and she started crying because she was very scared and she missed her father. Aiden sighed heavily and said that the girl was left alone in such a situation and she was probably very scared, but he said that now everything was okay and they would really go home. At that very moment, the demon lord watched the young man closely. He didn't think that there was any ability left in his head, unfortunately. It seemed to him that the young man was different in his past life. Sometime later, the young ladies ran joyfully to their father. The moment the young lady saw her father, she quickly jumped into his arms. Alice burst into tears because she was so happy to see her father. Joseph sighed heavily and said that he was very sorry that everything turned out this way. In turn, the young master watched the family reunion closely. Sometime later, the young lady was sleeping quietly. Joseph in turn thanked the young man for this, but he immediately said that this was not the end. Aiden looked at the man with a fierce grin and informed him that now it was time for the most important part. Joseph smiled and said that of course he should pay him compensation. He asked the young man how much he wanted to receive. But at that very moment, the young man, with a fierce grin, asked how much he thought his daughter's life was worth. Joseph was taken aback and said that for him, the life of his own daughter was more precious than his own. He said that if it was about money, he would spend his whole life to repay the young man. Aiden sighed heavily and said casually that he had a lot of money. He asked the man if he had anything in mind that he could offer him. Aiden looked at the man intently and said with a grin that he could use his alchemical skills. At that moment, the man was taken aback. A moment later, he angrily asked if the young man was referring to his alchemy. The young master sighed heavily and said that it was true, because that was what he needed now, because he was looking for an alchemist with similar skills. Joseph sighed heavily and told the young man that he understood everything, and he helped him because he knew about his alchemy skills. A moment later, Joseph presented the young man with a small pill. He informed the young man that the highest grade elixir he had was in front of him and asked the young master to try it, as he had done something similar with his skill. Aiden looked at the small pill with shining eyes and asked if he could drink something like that. Joseph smiled and said that, of course, he could do it. After all, it was part of his payment. At that moment, the demon lord told his comrade to drool, as it was a disgusting sight. The young man told him that he was saying such things because he did not know the full value of the potion. But after he took the potion, they were both taken aback. Aiden was amazed, as he had doubled his mana reserves with just one elixir. Aiden looked at the man with a happy smile and said that this elixir was excellent, without a doubt. The man smiled and said that as compensation, he would continue to make these elixirs. Aiden looked at Joseph with a smile and said that instead of doing something like that, he could join the Duke's family. He told the man that if he agreed, they would protect him and his daughter. Joseph was taken aback at that moment, as he had not expected to hear anything like that. But at the same moment, he asked the young man who he really was. Aiden. With a smile, he apologized for such a late introduction. He said with a smile that he was the eldest son of the Rems family, and his name was Aiden Remus. Joseph was shocked by what he heard. He asked the young man if he wasn't the troll prince you had been talking about all over town lately. The young man was puzzled, as he was again being called the Prince of Trolls. At that moment, the demon lord burst into wild laughter, as he noticed that the young man had a bad reputation. Joseph was taken aback and asked what brought the young gentleman to such a modest place. Aiden smiled and said that he needed his help. Aiden told the man that if he helped him resolve this issue, their ducal house would protect his family for the rest of their lives. He said with a smile that this was a very good and profitable offer. The man backed away and said that the offer was indeed tempting, but he didn't know what exactly he needed to decide. He said that they could start by solving the urgent issue. Sometime later, they visited the Kessie research lab. Joseph looked closely at the girl and said that he had just seen the most severe cases of mana deficiency syndrome. He noted that she would have died long ago if not for the exceptional strength of the beast race. At that very moment, he said that they could cure her if they made the medicine according to the method he showed, but the problem was to get the ingredients needed to prepare it. Aiden said that the anime could take the ingredients from their house. The man was confused, as he knew that these were not simple ingredients at all, and they could not be obtained so easily. At that very moment, he read a certain document that stated that mana deficiency syndrome was a disease in which the mana channels were clogged, and according to this treatment method, mana with an extreme fire attribute was needed to heal the channels. Aiden looked at the man intently and asked how they would obtain fire attribute mana. At the same time, the young lady said that it could be obtained from things like the heart of a fire dragon or a phoenix feather, but she didn't know how to find the legendary creatures. She said that nothing could be done about the like, but she was still grateful for their help. Aiden immediately reached into his pocket. And a moment later, he said with a smile that he did have something, since he had recently managed to get a phoenix feather. Everyone present was genuinely shocked. They didn't know where the young master got the phoenix pie from. They didn't understand where he got such a thing from, because they had all only heard of such things in legends. Aiden looked at them in bewilderment and said that Phoenix dropped a feather, and he caught it. Joseph immediately said with a joyful smile that this feather would be enough for him, and they should give him a few days, and he would do everything. They engaged in casual conversation for a while the young lady watched them. A moment later, Philip entered the room and called the young master. He said that the Duke was looking for him. Aiden was a little puzzled because he disappeared and didn't say anything to his father. Sometime later, the young man finally visited his father's office. The Duke, looking at his son, said that he heard that he had gone to the city. Aiden sighed heavily and said that this was so, but he had business there. He asked his father for forgiveness, because he should have informed him before leaving. The Duke sighed heavily and told his son that he had not called him to scold him. The young man was taken aback, since he did not raise why he had called him then. At the same moment, he asked about the reason why his father had called him. The Duke smiled and said that they had received an invitation to an imperial banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday, and so he wanted his son to go to the event. Aiden was taken aback by this, and asked if it was not his younger brother who attended such events, representing their glorious family. He was puzzled, as he had a lot of things to do and did not want to go to such an event. The Duke smiled and said that it was all so, but Charles refused, citing that he had to take care of the knights. At the same moment, the Duke, with a smile, told his son that there were many people who wanted to see him. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was also busy. The Duke sighed heavily and, looking at us, said that this was a very important banquet, and he must be present at it, no matter how unpleasant it might be for him. At that very moment, the young man's expression changed, and he said with a smile that he would go to this event, since he remembered what year it was now. The Duke was momentarily puzzled, since he did not understand why his son had suddenly changed. Aiden smiled and told his father that since his younger brother was busy, he would go to the event since he had no choice. The Duke looked at his son with a joyful smile, as he had made the right decision, but he still asked his son to be careful on the trip. At the same time, the Demon Lord asked the young man what the real reason was for him agreeing to visit the Imperial Palace. Aiden reported that a very important event will occur at the Imperial Banquet this year, namely, an attack by black magicians on the Imperial Banquet. And at the center of it all will be the Queen of Black Magicians, the Silver Witch. He knew that he had to get the woman on his side, but the Demon Lord was puzzled and didn't understand why the young man was trying to make an ally out of the one he hated. He said that unlike the radical heretical black magic group, she is the leader of a moderate faction. Although in his past life he finished with her. This time he understood that everything could end differently. Then, in her last minutes of life, she told the mercenary with a smile that they could have become close people if they had met differently. In the last minutes of her life, she regretted that she could not fix the corrupted black magic and could not restore Florence's will. Some time later, the young master went to the Imperial Banquet with a large retinue. He was puzzled by the number of people who went with him. Lu informed the master that the number of people symbolized the Duke's power. At that very moment, the knight asked the master why they had taken a detour. He wanted to know if there was any special reason why they had to go to the village, leaving the shortcut behind. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he simply wanted to take a more leisurely route. But what he really wanted was to get more first-class elixirs, but he knew there was one problem. In fact, Joseph would have liked to make a high-class elixir, but he couldn't, because they needed the tears of the ENTE, which came from the spirits of the trees, and they were now in danger of extinction. Aiden, unfortunately, had never heard of such an ingredient in his lives, but he knew one person who knew about the ingredients. Sometime later they made a stop, and the young man was leisurely strolling through the forest. At that very moment, the ruler asked if there was a man in the mountains whom he intended to meet. But at that very moment, the young man smiled and said that it was not about a person, and he himself could not even understand what his master was thinking about. The Demon Lord thought for a moment, and after a few minutes, looking at the stone, he noticed that it was very artificial. Aiden knew that this was a gift that his mentor had personally prepared for the student who would one day come to the cave. The master noticed that it was a very strange gift, but he thought the stone was unusual. Aiden said with a smile that his master loved to pack things, but this time he intended to take that price for himself. A moment later he cut the stone in half. The Demon Lord was puzzled, as the young man had previously said that it was a gift from his master, but he had said that it was only the outer layer. For a few minutes they saw the entrance to the cave. The Lord was a little puzzled. The young man knew perfectly well that his mentor had always been an eccentric person. Therefore he prepared a difficult dungeon for his student. At that very moment the ruler asked if the young man had not gotten along with his mentor of selective life. In his previous life, when he entered the cave, he thought that his master wanted to kill him, but in this life, he simply couldn't help but be grateful to him. Aiden clearly saw a mass of monsters in front of him, but he was glad that he opened the prepared gift. At that very moment, the Lord informed the young man that in front of him was a lich, a stupid creature that was once a black magician, but turned itself into undead. Aiden knew full well that this was one of the most difficult opponents if you didn't know how to deal with him. The lich looked with fury at the foolish man who entered them without fear. He shouted that they would turn him into undead like everyone else. But at that very moment, the young man rushed towards his opponent without a moment's hesitation. Lich was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like this. Aiden knew who, if he destroyed the main enemy, then the rest, not for which he called, would disappear. He understood that he could deal with the monster with ease. Aiden pounced on his opponent and dealt him a very strong blow. A moment later, the monster was perplexed, as he was unable to see the revival of the kingdom of black magicians, and at the same time, he, along with the rest of the undead, gradually disappeared. Aiden looked with bewilderment at the nondescript shiny thing that was hanging from the monster. The Lord asked the young man if this pendant was a gift from his master, which he had spoken of earlier. Aiden was taken aback, as he had never seen anything like it. but upon closer inspection, he realized that the pattern on the pendant seemed strangely familiar to him, so he wanted to keep the pendant for himself. At that very moment, the Lord told the young man that he too must collect the lich's bone dust. The young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what he needed to do. The Overlord asked if he hadn't said he was going to look for the Ents, since the lich's bone dust was what they were going crazy about. Aiden didn't want to follow the Demon Lord's words at all, but he knew little about the Ents, so he knew that he had to obey and do as the Lord said. At that very moment, the Demon Lord told the young man that a few minutes ago he was skeptical, and now he was collecting a lot of dust, but the young man was sure that useful things needed to be kept. Sometime later, the young man was leisurely strolling through the hidden dungeon. He knew that no matter how crazy his mentor was, he would not simply leave him alone in the dungeon with the monster. But the Demon Lord noted that throwing the terrible beast into the cave was already crazy enough. A moment later, the Demon Lord was stunned by what he saw. The young man asked him if he had really seen something like this in his past life. The Demon Lord was puzzled, as he knew that if it weren't for this, he would never have lost their battle. Aiden sighed heavily, as he had not seen the Tower Spirit Shield for a long time. The item was imbued with the spirit of the Mad Tower, and this madness darkened the user himself, so he had a hard time in his past life. But he raised the idea that in this life it would be easier for him to cope with madness. And one of the reasons he liked this shield was that it could be worn like a bracelet, unlike most equipment, and it could be taken out when needed, which was very convenient. Aiden guessed that because the item was familiar to him, it reminded him of the time when he was the Dragon Slayer King. At that very moment, he turned around and said that he wanted to make a deal and asked if he could show himself to him. Rabbits appeared at that very moment and greeted with a smile the dear client who wanted to make a deal with him. He introduced himself and also said that he was a perfume merchant and from a friendly perfume market. He told the young man that if he needed anything, he could just say some words and he would appear right away. The spirits of trade had strong desires for money. The spirit market was created when the spirits of trade gathered together, and the central figure became the Hatter. Usually, when someone cleared a dungeon, the market would send a spirit to exchange for secondary items from that dungeon. Rabbits looked closely at the young man and asked if he was going to exchange the tower shield at the market. He said that he could buy it for a good price. But at that very moment, the young master firmly said that he did not intend to sell it. Rabbits was taken aback. He did not understand how he wanted to make a deal with him. Aiden said that he wanted to get some information because he wanted to know where the Ents' dwellings were in the western continent. Rabbits looked at the young man with a fierce grin. At that very moment, he told his dear client that this information was worth a lot, and even if it was about the location of a small village, he would have to pay a good price in gold. But at that very moment, the young man doubled the amount. Rabbits was shocked by what he heard, but at the same time happy. The Demon Lord was puzzled. He did not understand why the young man suddenly increased the price. He asked if he owed money to the spirit from his past life. But at that very moment, the young man said that he was just doing what he was taught. The Demon Lord was a little puzzled, but the young man knew that he had to fool the spirit as the master taught him. A moment later, he told the spirit to give him the location of the dwelling and 4,000 gold pieces. Rabbits looked at the young man with bewilderment, since he did not ask for information for a certain amount, but asked for information and an amount of gold. He asked the buyer if he had really gone crazy. But the young man with a fierce grin said that this was not so, and he was offering an exchange because he wanted to sell him what he had behind his back. Rabbits was taken aback and looked at the young man with fury. But the young master looked at him with a fierce grin and said that if he didn't need it, then he could just say so, because he could always destroy him. Aiden asked his mentor in surprise if he really meant to say that he was going to sell something to spirit traders. The man smiled and said that it was exactly like that, because it was his secret money-making scheme that no one knew about. After all, the real reason they came to the dungeon was the dungeon core. Aiden understood that this thing was useless, and no one would take it even if it was given for free. He did not understand why they wanted to get their hands on the core. His mentor said that he also didn't know the reason, but in any case, when he conquered a dungeon, everything in it became his, including the core, which meant he could sell it. The young man looked at his mentor in bewilderment and asked, what if they didn't want to buy it? When the mentor said that he could easily destroy it, Aiden said with a smirk that if the spirit did not want to buy it, then he would simply destroy it. At that moment, Rabbits froze in place from shock and rage. The young man hurried the spirit. As he didn't have much time, Rabbits was furious and didn't understand how the man even knew about the dungeon cores. He knew that everyone else was just throwing them away because they knew the true value. Rabbits was puzzled and wondered what would happen if he told his elders that he had bought the dungeon core with money. He didn't know what kind of insults they would throw at him, but if he didn't return it, he would be fired. A moment later, the young man turned around and told the merchant that if he didn't want the core, he would simply destroy it. Rabbits was taken aback and screamed. Rabbits shouted to the young man that he would buy the core. At that very moment, the young master was delighted. Demonov said with a grin that now he was interested in where he would extort money from next. Aiden looked at the rabbit with a happy smile, as this was a very good deal for him. As he left, he smiled and told the rabbit that they might meet again someday, but he only cried out with tears in his eyes that he hoped they would never meet again. Rabbits, in turn, watched the young man with a fierce grin, because he understood that he would not get away with something like this. He knew that he would not be able to find the village, much less return from there, since no one had ever succeeded in anything like this before. At the same time, the young man looked at his honestly earned money with a fierce grin, and was glad that he had managed to obtain this information. Aiden walked slowly towards his faithful knight, who was waiting for him near the carriage. The young man was a little puzzled, as he knew that half a day had already passed since the young master left. He didn't know whether he should go looking for him, but after some time he saw a young gentleman who was happily returning to them. Lu looked at the gentleman and said that he was very worried because he had been gone for a long time. Aiden looked at his comrade with a puzzled expression, as sometimes he wished he could communicate with him, like in his past life. At that very moment he turned around and shouted to everyone that they must immediately go to the imperial capital. That same night, at the entrance to the dungeon of the tower spirit, it was quiet and calm until the young lady visited this place. Entering the depths of the dungeon, she was taken aback as she saw that someone had defeated the monster. She was puzzled because she knew that her treasure should have been in a prominent place, but unfortunately she could not find anything. The next day, the young man arrived in the capital. As he stepped out of the carriage, a man greeted him and informed him that he would take him to the guest room in the imperial palace where he would be staying during his visit. The man looked at the young man with anger because he thought that the young master Carl would arrive, but instead his brother appeared. He was puzzled, for he knew that he, the young master, had a bad reputation even in the imperial capital, but he knew that they should not offend him. After some time, the young master was already resting in his room in the palace. He knew that black magicians would cause chaos tonight, and unfortunately, in his past life, many people were injured and killed in this incident. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man why he didn't go and warn them. He knew that this was a good opportunity, and he couldn't let it slip away so easily, so he had already come up with a plan. That same evening, there was a reception. Everyone was happy and had casual conversations with each other. But a few minutes later, Aiden entered the room, and the situation changed dramatically. He felt the eyes on him, as he was called the villain prince, and everyone heard that he had caught the troll, but they assumed that he had simply stolen someone's achievement. Aiden was puzzled, as he realized that it had been a long time since he had been treated like this. But now he realized the fact that people were the same everywhere, be they mercenaries or nobles. He knew he had no business with anyone else, but he had a few people he needed to meet with immediately. At the same time, the young man was hurriedly drinking his drink. Auden slowly approached the magician Gustav Dora and greeted him with a smile. The man looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked if he really knew him. Aiden said with a smile that of course he knew him because he was a magician from Angus, the strange magic tower, and at the same time he was one of the best. The man turned away from the young man and said that if he was trying to gain favor with the land of the magic tower, then he had come to the wrong place. He was not at all good at dealing with high-ranking officials. Aiden looked at the man intently and said that he had read the book he had written, The Possibilities of Magical Engineering, and that he had found it quite interesting. At that moment, the man was taken aback. He asked the young man in surprise if he had really read the book and if it had seemed interesting to him. Aden said with a smile that he could not help but be interested in the presentation of the new direction, which he had never seen before. Gustav looked closely at the young man and with a joyful smile and embarrassment said that he recognized him as a great master of engineering, and it seems that he has excellent insight, unlike the others. Aden said with a smile that he had never seen such a useful and excellent field of knowledge. He would have said so if he had not fallen asleep every time he tried to read the book. He never even turned the starting page once. At that very moment, the man began to talk with admiration about his book and about each page. Even the demon lord himself asked the young man to shut the man up. Aden smiled and told the demon lord that he should just pretend he had no ears. The overlord was puzzled and did not understand why they needed someone obsessed with magical engineering, which was not even magic. Magical engineering may have been rejected and considered useless now, but later it will become an immutable technology for everyone. Aden knew very well that the man would soon be very famous. He also became the cause of an unprecedented and grandiose event in history. He was the mad terrorist from the Magic Tower. Aden assumed that the man would cause an accident during the experiment. His mana would be sealed, and he himself would be exiled from the country. Then he would attack the Magic Tower with its weapon, which he created himself. This is how one man almost destroyed the country of the Magic Tower. Of course, he was stopped because in the country of the Magic Tower there was a great magician, Shara. Aden knew full well that thanks to that incident, magic engineering received recognition. The man happily told the young gentleman everything. He was very happy, as he knew that this was the first in-depth conversation about magical engineering, and he hoped that he had not said too much to his opponent, as he was very excited. Aden said with a smile that it was a great conversation, and that it had broadened his horizons, and that the next time they met, he would like them to talk about such things more. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback and turned around as he heard someone calling him angrily. He looked closely at the young man, as the face seemed familiar to him, but he could not place it. The young man shouted angrily at Aden, "He is a thief who dared to steal their family heirloom." He shouted angrily that he would not forgive such a thing. Aden looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked who he was. Gustav looked at the young man in surprise and asked if something had happened between him and Master Tian. Aden was taken aback and said that it was not so, because he saw him for the first time. At that very moment he froze in place, because looking at the young man, another person came to his mind. At that very moment he realized that it was not at all surprising, since the young man seemed very familiar to him. He saw Tian in front of him. Cetus, the eldest son of the Margrave. Aden looked at the young man with a smile and said that he was very glad to meet him, because he had always wondered where he had seen him before. But now he realized that he was very similar to his father. At that very moment, the young man could not stand it and shouted at Aden to shut up, but at the same time he called him a swindler. He did not understand how he dared to deceive his father and steal their family heirloom. For a moment, everyone was taken aback and began to whisper. They realized that he had not defeated the troll himself, and at the same time remained a simple fraudster. Aden smiled and said that it seemed like there was some misunderstanding, because he had won the sword fairly in a bet. The young man looked at him with anger, as he had heard that he had been acting unusually lately. He asked the young master if he really thought that he would believe that someone like him could withstand his father's sword and win the bet. Aden looked at the young man with a suppressed smile and said that he was going too far. At the same moment, the ruler grinned and told the young man that it seemed like he did know what patience was after all. Tian looked at the young man with fury and asked why he didn't prove that it wasn't a fraud on his part. Tian approached the young man with anger and said that if he won the duel against him, he would kneel and apologize, but if he lost, he would return the relic and apologize, but he would kneel. Aden looked at his opponent with fury, as it seemed to him that he was becoming even more rude. Did the young man really want to arrange a duel at the banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday? A moment later, everyone was taken aback as the Crown Prince himself entered the hall. The young people looked at the prince in bewilderment, but at the same time, everyone bowed and greeted the small sons of the empire. The young man was furious. because he knew that the Crown Prince had arrived at the wrong time. The Crown Prince smiled and said that he had heard their interesting conversation. Tian was taken aback and asked for forgiveness. He said that they would certainly accept any punishment for causing trouble. Aiden in turn bowed and asked for forgiveness. The Crown Prince smiled and said that they did not need to apologize. He looked at them with a smile. But at that very moment he said that he would like to see their duel. He asked if they would like to fight in the banquet hall. The young people were taken aback, as they had not expected anything like this at all. The Crown Prince smiled and said that young Master Tian was known for his exceptional fighting skills, and young Master Aden had recently made a lot of noise with his exploits, so if they showed off their skills, it would be the best gift for his birthday. Aiden knew that the Crown Prince was considered the best candidate for the post of Emperor, but he had one drawback, and that was that he was just a fighting maniac. But he could not refuse the offer and did not know what to do now. Tian accepted the Crown Prince's offer at that very moment, because he knew that his father did not recognize him as a master, but he easily recognized Aiden, so he wanted to deal with him. Tian looked at his opponent with a predatory grin. He didn't know where his confidence was, which was on his face a few minutes ago, because now he was trembling like a coward. At that very moment, the young man said with a fierce grin that he did not like to fight, but since he had ordered it, he could not refuse. He sympathized with the Margrave, but he had no other choice. He wanted to accept the offer given to her and teach the young man good manners. Sometime later, the young men stood opposite each other, preparing for a duel. The Crown Prince told the young men with a smile that, for safety reasons, the use of sword aura and artifacts was prohibited. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of fight the two of them would show everyone. At that very moment, the young man bowed and said that he promised a fair duel. He said with a grin that right then and there, he would prove that all the rumors about his opponent were simply unfounded. Aiden, at that very moment, he yawned casually and asked if they could start already. His opponent became too angry with his behavior. A moment later, the young man rushed towards his opponent. Tian was furious because he saw that a simple amateur managed to defeat his father, and this was just absurd. He wanted to end the fight quickly and quietly. But at that very moment, to his surprise, he received a blow to the head from a sword. The Crown Prince looked at the young man in surprise as he won with ease. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was very surprised and slipped at one point, and his opponent happened to be nearby, while he stated that he was just lucky. Aiden said with a smile that it was difficult for A to judge skill from the outside, since he had made a mistake, so he suggested that this round be considered invalid. The Crown Prince smiled and agreed with the young man, and he also said that they should be more focused. Tian agreed with the Crown Prince with fury, but he knew he had let his guard down. But in turn, he was puzzled, since he did not understand what had happened at all and what kind of disgusting expression he had seen in front of him a few minutes ago. Tian looked at his opponent with fury and said that this time he would give it his all. Aiden sighed heavily and casually told the young man that they could begin now and he could attack. Tian glared at his opponent, wondering if he thought he would fall for his ridiculous taunts. But in turn, he could not bear it, and, using all his rage, he headed towards his opponent. He struck him several times, but Aiden still managed to dodge them with ease. Aiden looked at the young man intently, as his sword was as honest and truthful as he was. But at that very moment he parried the young man's blow and said that compared to the Margrave's, his sword seemed too light. Tian, in turn, became angry after the young man's words. Aiden looked at his opponent intently and said that his father's sword was heavy and precise, but the young master now looked like he was simply imitating his father. At that very moment, the young man flared up with rage and anger. Aiden said that he was now talking about the sword with which he fought the Margrave. Aiden looked intently at the young man and said that he would now show him everything, and a moment later he rushed towards his opponent in order to deal him a crushing blow. Tian was shocked and confused as he saw that his opponent was very fast, but he was already able to block his blow. Tian was a little puzzled as he assumed that his father could be defeated by such a sword, but he knew that it was foolish, but at the same moment he was taken aback as he saw that his opponent's sword was bent. At the same moment he received another very strong blow to the head. Tian was confused and didn't understand what had happened because he knew for sure that he had blocked his opponent's attack. At that very moment, The demon lord told the young man that he thought he would go easier on the Margrave's son, since they did have a connection. Aiden said that such a stubborn knight would not stop until he was knocked out. Aiden knew that if he didn't knock his opponent unconscious, he could bet he would keep attacking him until he died. But moments later, he saw that his opponent had withstood the blow. Tyan was burning with anger and fury, as he knew that he was the eldest son who was destined to lead the great family, so he could not simply give up. But at that very moment, the young man used his royal mercenary skill. And a moment later, the knight was defeated. Tyan fell with a crash, but the young man managed to praise his friend, who had created problems in his absence. Aiden looked at the young man and said that nothing terrible had happened, since he was already feeling a little awkward. Aiden turned around and saw the young man he intended to find. He was looking for the younger brother of the traitor knight, Silbet Sias. Dire Sias looked at the young gentleman with a smile and introduced himself. The sword that guards the northern continent is the ruff of the Sias Duchy. It was known to be the strongest knightly family, and it was said that there was no one who inherited this blood who would not become a swordmaster. They were famous for choosing their lord solely based on his fighting skills. Aiden knew perfectly well that if he had not been reborn into a new family, he would have long ago become a master of the sword. Looking at the young man, he knew that he was called a genius, who was born once in 100 years in such a family. Aiden, in turn, stood quietly and watched the young man closely. He knew that the time would come and he would meet him. But at that very moment, he turned around and looked at everyone present with bewilderment, as he felt someone's gazes were directed at him. A moment later, the young men pounced on the young master, as they were impressed by his fighting skills and wanted to get to know him. They all called him because they wanted to talk, but the young master was puzzled by this. He did not expect anything like this at all. Some time later, the young man stood quietly on the terrace. He hoped that no one would come for him. At the same time, the demon lord asked the young man if he was disgusted by the nobles, since they looked down on him. Aiden assured him that all people are the same. He knew that this was how people were made, and they clung to a person when they needed him, and discarded him when he had exhausted his usefulness. Aiden told the lord not to trust him too much, because he was also a human, but the demon lord said that he trusted him. The young man was shocked by this. He told the young man to look more like a troll than a human, so he trusts him. Aiden was shocked and shouted that in return he would drink several bottles of holy earth. A moment later, the young man was taken aback, as he heard the voice of a beautiful lady, who asked with a smile whether they had recently witnessed the swordplay of the king of mercenaries. Aiden was taken aback and wondered if the young lady had recognized his master's swordsmanship, but at that very moment he felt a familiar energy. He understood that this was the last person he needed to meet. Aiden sighed heavily and asked if she had seen such skill before. She smiled and said that she had not seen it, but had heard about it. The young lady said with a smile that the mercenary king's skill could make useless any defense, and if he were a knight, he would undoubtedly deserve great honor. Aiden knew perfectly well that his mentor would never have become a knight, as he was too greedy for money. Aiden sighed heavily and asked the young lady if this banquet was too boring, as he hated formal events very much. He understood that it didn't matter how much she changed her appearance, he couldn't forget about her presence after hundreds of fights with her. Aiden looked sideways at the young lady with a fierce grin and called her true name. Niseta Florence immediately changed her appearance and said that she would like to ask him something since he already knew who she really was. Niseta looked closely at the young man and asked how he managed to awaken the sword. He smiled and said that a friend helped him with this. Niseta, burning with anger and fury, said that he seemed to be trying to evade, then she would ask again. At that very moment, her expression changed, and she angrily asked where the demonic energy that was flowing out of his body came from. Aiden was taken aback at the same moment, as he felt a huge murderous aura. He realized that it was not his energy, and most likely, it was the demon lord that was feeling it now. He knew they could discuss it later, but at that moment he said he was on her side now. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about, because he spoke such words as if he knew everything about her. Aiden said that she was the leader of the moderate faction of black magicians, and at the same time, she was a silver witch, a representative of the last line of the kingdom of black magicians, and she was also the head of the intelligence organization, White Moon. The young lady was furious. She didn't know how much he knew about her. At that moment, he felt that her murderous aura had weakened, but he said that they didn't have much time because something was about to start. The young lady was furious. She told him to stop evading and answer her question, but at that very moment she was taken aback as she felt something. At that very moment they saw black magic for summoning the undead in front of them. Niseta was taken aback and said that she didn't expect them to escalate the situation so much. He sighed and said that those guys always follow the same obvious pattern. He smiled and asked if black magic would not end until it died with its invocation. He knew that she had many questions for him, but he first wanted to deal with the pressing problem. Aiden smiled and told his companion that she had come to the event to capture the Chaos Black Magician's legal group. She was shocked because he knew such information. She did not understand who he really was. At that very moment, she said that they could continue the conversation later. A moment later, the young lady vanished into thin air. Aiden looked into the distance. He knew that he could let this situation go, since she would figure it out on her own. Looking at the undead, he understood that he would deal with them. At that very moment, chaos reigned inside the banquet hall. Toon, in turn, rushed with lightning speed towards the undead, who were advancing on ordinary people. Toon shouted to everyone present not to be afraid to see that this was just a weak undead. Aiden looked at the young man closely, because he knew that at such an age, he had already reached the sword aura, and he was very strong, but he chose the wrong opponent. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, as they saw the undead troll. The knights were furious. They did not know when reinforcements would arrive. They all understood that this enemy was very dangerous, but at that very moment the young man rushed towards the terrible beast. He punched a hole through his opponent with ease. At that very moment, the demon lord told his comrade that the young man was one step away from becoming a swordmaster. Aiden looked closely at the young man as he knew that he was strong enough, but his closest friend was his rival. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man why he was not helping them, but simply lazing around. He knew that they could handle this themselves. After all, he needed to confirm something. Toon screamed and informed his friend that he felt an incredibly dense, demonic energy coming from somewhere. At the same time, a very strong enemy was approaching them. He looked at everyone present with fury. But a moment later, he headed towards the young people and, burning with anger and fury, attacked his opponents. At that very moment, the young man explained how Aiden protected him and covered him with his body, but at the same time he activated his shield. Aiden looked at the formidable monster with fury, since he was the one who ruined the banquet in his past life. In front of him was the strongest of the undead, namely, the Death Knight. He assumed that something was wrong because looking at his opponent, he understood that the young man should have been able to cope with the undead, but still, in his past life, he lost. Aiden knew that the Death Knight was enhanced by dark magic and possessed strength superior to that of a half-master. He himself would not have been able to block his attack if not for the tower spirit shield. Now he understood why the young man lost. At that moment, the Death Knight growled Dyer's name, and the young master was taken aback. At that moment, the Death Knight shouted that he did not need any more beetles, and with that, he struck the young man with fury. Aiden, in turn, continued to block the blows, but he knew that these blows were very strong, and now he realized that something was wrong. He scolded himself as he knew he should have noticed that the undead were moving not to attack, but to separate Dyer from the rest of the soldiers. He was furious because he realized that everything was planned to kill the young man. Aiden was puzzled as the Death Knight attacked him with unprecedented fury. He understood that the Death Knight was also a half-master, and he was being heavily oppressed, and he had no choice but to block his opponent's attacks. However, at that very moment, he shouted to the young master to direct all his power at the enemy. Moments later, the young master struck the Death Knight. The Death Knight parried his blow with ease. Aiden informed the young man that, looking at the Death Knight, he felt that he was at least a half-master. Aiden was puzzled, and did not understand why the Death Knight was hunting the young master. At that moment, he was taken aback, and realized who would benefit if the young man disappeared. He could not believe that his own brother was targeting his younger brother. Aiden was furious, because he knew that despite the fact that the young man was the eldest son in the family. Ultimately, only a knighthood in the main duchy awaited him, since the head of the family was chosen only on merit. Previously, he thought that the young man was just lucky and became the king of knights, but now he understood how exactly he became the king of knights. He was furious because the young man was in secret collusion with the dark magicians. Moreover, the more Aiden looked, the more rotten everything seemed to him. Dyer looked at the Death Knight with fury. He did not understand how they should deal with him. At that moment, the young man said that he knew how they should deal with the enemy. Dyer was taken aback and asked his new acquaintance if he really meant to say that he was capable of dealing with such a monster of theirs. Aiden told the young man that this tactic could have been used to defeat much stronger opponents. He said that he had come up with it himself. Dyer, at that very moment, with their burning eyes, looked at Aiden and asked what technique they were talking about. The young man said with a grin that he was talking about provocative tactics. Dyer was taken aback and looked at the young man in bewilderment. He did not understand what kind of tactic this was, but he knew that they simply had no other choice, and they had to try at least something for Togo to fight the monster. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man when was the last time he had not provoked his opponent. He said with a grin that this tactic always worked. A moment later, the knight growled, looking at the young master as he intended to kill him. A few seconds later, he rushed towards the young man, as he wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. Dyer, in turn, froze in place in shock, but a moment later, Aiden came to his aid, using his shield to protect the young master. Aiden looked at his enemy with a predatory grin, as he understood that once again the treacherous nature of his enemy from his past life was revealed, but he knew that this time everything would be his way. At that moment, the Death Knight looked at the young man with fury and anger and told him to go away, while he swung his sword as he intended to deliver a crushing blow. But a moment later, Dyer delivered a very powerful blow to his opponent. Aiden looked at the young man with a smile, as he knew that he was still a half-master, but it was surprising to him how strongly the young man attacked. Aiden understood that if the young man had struck correctly, even the Death Knight would have been finished. At that moment, the young master was taken aback, as he did not feel any energy coming from the spear. He turned around and was taken aback as he saw the Death Knight urinating on him. Moments later, the Death Knight struck a very powerful blow, but he froze with rage and anger because he realized that he had lost the young man. Aiden looked at the Death Knight with a sneer, and at the same moment he informed him that he had parried his attack again. Sneering, he said that it was too easy. The Death Knight looked at the young man with fury and shouted that he would kill him first and then deal with the real target. A moment later, the Death Knight was furiously striking the young men blow after blow while blocking their attacks. Aiden looked at his enemy with a fierce grin as they wore him down. After some time, the Death Knight was already exhausted, but he was still burning with anger and fury. Dyer sighed heavily, looked intently at the young man, and said that they were able to parry all of their enemies' attacks, but their blows were also unsuccessful. He did not understand why there was not a single scratch on the knight. Dyer looked at young Mr. Aiden with bewilderment. At that moment, the Demon Lord looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked what was wrong with him. He turned his gaze to the sword and asked if it had really taken possession of the master, but he said that he had done nothing of the sort. Aiden, with a fierce grin, said that they didn't need to worry as he was fine and was just waiting for the right moment. He said that with his current abilities, he wouldn't even be able to scratch him, so he needed the shield's power. He informed his comrades that he had previously told them that the more the shield was used, the more insane it would become, and that eventually its owner would also be overcome with insanity. But at the same time, he would become very strong. The Death Knight froze for a moment, looking at the young man who was advancing towards him. A moment later, Aiden, with a fierce grin, was overcome by madness and dealt a very powerful blow to his opponent. Aiden was very happy with his current situation as he was approaching the semi-master level. Dyer was shocked by what he saw and wondered if the young man had been hiding his strength all this time. He knew Aiden was strong, but he couldn't imagine that he had reached the level of a semi-master. Dyer was very angry because he realized that this was not just some half-master in front of him. Dyer knew the young man was strong enough to surpass even a Death Knight. Aiden was a little confused, as the rage had thrown him off balance a little. But at that very moment, the Demon Lord informed him that one of his artifacts, including the sword, was not in order. Aiden understood that the better the artifact, the greater the chance that it had flaws. He supposed it was probably because he hadn't used it in a long time, and he also knew that rabies was very difficult to control, so he needed to end it quickly. At that very moment, he activated the speed ring, but moments later he noticed that a Death Knight was already urinating on him. The Death Knight struck, but moments later he realized his enemy had vanished. He was burning with anger and fury because he wanted the young man to die quickly. But a moment later, he screamed in pain and rage as the young man struck him with a very strong blow. The Death Knight was angry because he was hit without being able to see where his opponent was. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and at the same moment dealt him another powerful blow. Dyer was shocked as he saw that the young man had become even stronger. He understood that his comrade was very strong, and at the same time he would only hinder him if he rushed into battle. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that he should burn in hell, and he also said that soon his master, the Night King, would go after him, because he intended to take care of this. At that moment, the Death Knight roared in rage and pain. He screamed that he couldn't just die because if he died, the mission would not be completed. Gathering his strength, he rushed towards the young master, as he intended to fulfill his mission. Dyer was taken aback because his opponent was very fast, and he was not sure he could defend himself. Dyer was frozen in place with shock, but he could not move as his body was paralyzed with fear. The Death Knight glared at his target, knowing that the mission had to be completed. Aiden, in turn, looked at the retrospective of death with rage, as he knew that it was time to put an end to this fight. At that very moment he was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent had darted to the side. He was puzzled, and did not understand why he suddenly changed his direction. But moments later, Aiden saw the Death Knight heading towards the young master. He screamed and burned with anger, and at the same time the Death Knight kept calling out the young man's name. At that moment, Aiden was taken aback as he felt the side effect of the speed ring. He was very angry, because he understood that at this rate everything would go exactly according to Silbetta's plan. He saw the Death Knight raise his sword over the young man, but at that very moment, Tion rushed into battle with his sword, intending to protect his friend. He was angry as he knew he could never defeat such a powerful opponent in his life, but he couldn't let the knight kill his best friend and rival. At that moment, Tion remembered Aiden's words about his sword and his father's sword. He quickly came to his senses and, gathering his strength, dealt a very powerful blow to the Death Knight. At that moment, the Death Knight growled in rage as he realized that the mission had failed. Moments later, everyone present saw the Death Knight disappear into thin air. All the knights present began to rejoice as they saw that all the undead were gradually disappearing. The knights looked at the young master in surprise, as he had defeated the Death Knight with just one swing of his sword. Moments later, they began to rejoice and shout with joy, but at the same time, they began to lead the young master. A moment later, Dyer approached his comrade with a joyful smile on his face. He looked closely at his friend and said with a smile that he had become a half-master and had even saved his life. Dyer looked at his friend and said that he now understood what it was like to be surpassed, but one day he would still repay him for such kindness. At that very moment, they shook hands, and all the knights present rejoiced and rejoiced at the victory. Dyer said with a smile that they shouldn't forget about the other person. He looked into the distance as he wanted to thank young Mr. Aiden, but at that very moment he was taken aback because he did not understand where he had gone. Tyan, for his part, was not at all happy and wondered if he had really defeated the Death Knight, since he could not tell from the blow that it was him. At the same time, the young man slowly left. He understood that he couldn't abuse the enhancements so often. He knew that since everything was over, he needed to rest as soon as possible. At that very moment, the Demon Lord asked the young man if he could at least enjoy his victory for a little while. Aiden knew that it was too early to celebrate. He knew perfectly well that this was only the first step towards achieving his revenge. He could not even imagine that the Night King of Silbetta himself would start to associate with black magicians. The Demon Lord told the young man that his timing was perfect, because in an instant everything could go exactly according to the Night King's plan. At that very moment, the young man bought and left because he saw a young lady in front of him. He saw that she had dealt with all her opponents. Aden promised, as he knew she was incredibly strong. He was glad that she dealt with all the black mages, and thanks to this, the spell was lifted, so the Death Knight disappeared. He knew that a little more, and they would all be dead. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he heard someone calling him. Lo looked at his master with confusion and asked if he was okay. He did not understand where the dead people came from and started attacking them. Aden looked at his knight in bewilderment and asked where he had been all this time, since he looked exhausted. Lo asked for forgiveness, since he had been fighting the dead all this time. Sometime later, Aden was enjoying rest in his new room in the palace. After some time, he finally woke up, but was puzzled, since he had fallen asleep as soon as he got into bed. Niseta sighed heavily and told the young man that he was a real sleepyhead. Aden was taken aback and cried out, as he had not expected to see her at all. She looked at him intently and said that no one would come, even if he broke the ligament, because she had set up a sound barrier. Aden was taken aback, but did not answer. He was puzzled, because he understood that he would not get out of it, but he could not even imagine that she would come to him the next day. Aden looked at her in bewilderment and asked how she even got into his room. Niseta said, mockingly, that it was easier than wringing a goblin's neck. At that very moment, she looked at the young man and said that he must now answer her questions. She quickly changed their faces and asked with fury how he knew about her. Aden was puzzled. Niseta looked at him intently and said with fury that if he did anything, he would die that very moment. Aden, looking at the young lady, said that he just wanted to maintain friendly relations with her. After all, they had the same goal. Niseta looked at him with distrust and asked if he, a nobleman of the empire, really had common goals with her. She asked if he even knew about her goals, but at that moment Aden said with a smile that he simply despised dark magicians. He looked at her with a smile for a while, and she was burning with anger and fury. But at that very moment the young man was taken aback because he saw that she was not joking with him. He was frightened when she suddenly flared up. Niseta looked at the young man with fury and told him to repeat the words about black magicians. Aden sighed heavily and said that it felt like dark magicians had forgotten their principles in their day. She was taken aback in a way she hadn't expected to hear. He said that black magic was originally created to cleanse the land that was tainted by the vile mana and to fight the monsters of the underworld. Aden said that the current dark magicians had gone down the wrong path, so they needed to be shown the true path. He said that just like her, he hated them. At that very moment, he extended his hand to her and asked if that was enough to start their friendship. Niseta froze in shock as she saw that the imperial nobleman not only understood the essence of black magic, but also despised dark magicians himself. She wondered if he was telling the truth or just trying to get out of it. Aden smiled and said that she could think about it as much as she needed, but in return he would offer her some pretty useful information. Niseta looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he really thought there was anything she didn't know, since she was the head of the intelligence organization. Aden said with a smile that there were things that only he knew about, because they had not happened yet. At that very moment, he leaned closer to her, because he wanted to give her information. But at that very moment, Lo entered the room, greeted the young master with a joyful smile, and announced that a visitor had come to see him. Tian looked at the young master and said that he would like to talk to him. But at that very moment, he froze in shock when he saw that the young master was not alone, but with a young lady. After a few seconds, they quickly closed the door to the room and, apologizing, left. Aden was shocked. He shouted at the young people that they should stop because everyone had misunderstood. Sometime later, the young people finally met, but there was an awkward atmosphere between them. Tian, in turn, looked away from the young gentleman with embarrassment and asked if he was finished with the young lady. Aden was taken aback and said that nothing like that had happened between them, just a small dialogue. Aden looked at the young man with bewilderment, as it was clear from his face that he had already imagined a lot. He knew that the girl had simply said what she had to and left. Niseta had looked at the young man earlier and asked with disbelief if he really thought she would believe such tales. She had said that the so-called Land of Bounty, Valkan Estate, the agricultural center of the empire, had never before suffered the drought of its very foundation, but he was now saying that something similar would happen there. Aiden shouted that she should take his word for it, because it would happen in a few months. He shouted that he had to catch up with the young man now, so that he wouldn't spread more rumors. Nicetta was a little puzzled, and said that he didn't need to worry about such a look. He was already the Duke's spoiled son. Aiden hurriedly escorted her out and shouted that they would talk later. Nicetta looked at the young man with fury and said that she really hoped that he was not lying, because she would find him even if he tried to escape. One knew perfectly well that there would be a drought, but he did not understand why he was so nervous. He knew that as soon as something like this happened, the girl would believe him. Aiden looked intently at the young man and asked why he had come to him. Tyan hesitated, not knowing what to answer. At that very moment, Aiden looked at him intently and asked if he had really come for another duel. Tyan said with fury that it was not easy for him to speak of such things, but he recognized him as the rightful owner of the sword, and as his father said, he had rightfully earned it. Aiden looked at the young man with bewilderment, as he did not understand what had happened to him. He asked him if this was really why he had come. At that moment, Aiden was taken aback, as the young man suddenly bowed and thanked him. Aiden was in shock. He didn't understand what had happened, as he knew that the young man was very stubborn. Tyan said that if it weren't for him, he would have lost a close friend, so he was sincerely grateful to the young master, Tyan. That people said that he had slain the Death Knight and protected the imperial family. Yet he told Aiden that he must have known that the dead man was gone before he could strike. Tyan said that at that moment, he finally realized how to go beyond the ordinary and reach the level of a sword master that Aiden had previously shown him. Aiden looked at the young man with a smirk, as he had previously thought that he was the same as his father, since his last attack was quite reminiscent of his father's. Tyan sighed heavily and told the young master that he acknowledged him as his rival. Aiden was taken aback and froze in shock as he spoke such words with a beaming smile. Tyan looked at the young man and said with a smile that he was another person after his friend whom he recognized as his rival, so he could be proud of such a thing. Tyan immediately said, with a joyful smile, that he would definitely defeat him one day and return the family heirloom, so he should not relax. Aiden was taken aback. He realized that he should take his words back, since he saw that the young man was a copy of his father, but he still wished the young man good luck. Tyan said with a smile that in that case they could move on to a less formal conversation. A few days later they set out on their journey, with Lo looking at the gentleman and informing him that they would soon arrive at the Rem's estate. Aiden looked closely at the knight and asked how his wounds were. The young man was taken aback and said that thanks to the holy potion that the Lord had given him, everything was fine with him, and therefore he was sincerely grateful to the Lord for his care. Aiden looked at his knight with a satisfied smile and said that he should express his gratitude to him more often. Aiden was very pleased, as he saw that the imperial family was very generous, since he was rewarded with a lot of gold, and with such a sum it would be possible to build several mansions. Therefore, thanks to this reward, he was able to buy several useful things. He also bought gifts for his parents and subordinates. Aiden knew that he bought gifts for everyone, but he was not sure that Ellis would like the gift, even though it was for children, but he still hoped that she would like this gift. Sometime later they finally arrived at the duchy. The people greeted the young master with joy, as he had protected them not only from the troll, but also protected the entire empire from the dead. The young man was puzzled, as rumors had already spread. But still, no matter how much he saw these welcoming ceremonies, he would never be able to get used to them. But at that very moment he was taken aback and shouted out of the carriage window in bewilderment when he saw such a sight. Taking a closer look, the demon lord said with a grin that he had seen a similar face somewhere. Aiden was shocked by what he saw. Lo, in turn, told the young gentleman with a smile that the Duke had secretly prepared something similar to celebrate the arrival of his son. Aiden was shocked by this. He asked the knight if this sculpture had been prepared because of his father's words. Lo said with a smile that it was a work of art and a real beauty. The demon lord looked at this piece of art and screamed that it was ugly, and he could not hold back the urge to vomit. Aiden was furious and screamed at the lord not to dare vomit on him. Sometime later, they finally arrived at the estate. Aiden said that he was heading to the Duke's chambers, so the knight had to deliver the gifts. Aiden was furious because his father did not consult him and presented him with a monstrosity made of gold. At that very moment, he was taken aback as the servant greeted him. He was puzzled because he didn't understand what was going on at all, because everyone in the house was very depressed. He wondered if it was all because of him coming back. Aiden was furious because he knew it was all because of the statue, and because of it, a bad image of him could arise in people's minds. At that very moment, he approached his room. He entered the room and greeted his father, and also said that he saw the statue of his village, but at that very moment he heard words of apology from his father. Aiden was taken aback, because such sincere apologies made him feel uneasy. And at the same moment, he said with a smile that the statue was excellent. The Duke sighed heavily and told his son that he had brought them, and he had tried with all his might to resist, but still could not do anything. Aiden looked at his father in bewilderment and asked what he was even talking about. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the father and daughter he had brought to the estate had been taken away by the inquisitors of the Church of the Holy Fire. Aiden froze in shock as he realized who they were talking about. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the inquisitors reported that they had escaped from the church. He told his son that they were his people, so he refused to hand them over to the church. But the Duke still informed his son that Joseph himself had agreed to go with them, and since he had agreed, they could no longer resist. At that moment, Aiden looked at his father with anger and asked if he was sure that they had been taken to the Church of the Holy Fire. The Duke said he was sure, and at that very moment he saw his son leaving. He shouted and called for his son, but all was in vain. The Duke shouted to his son that he himself knew perfectly well that the churches were untouchable, and in the worst case, not only he, but their entire family would face punishment. Aiden smiled and told his father that he didn't need to worry as he was just saying goodbye. The Duke was taken aback and told his son to be careful. For some time after, he silently watched his son go. At that very moment, the demon lord denied the young man that what was on the outside and inside was strikingly different. Aiden understood that if he had told the truth to his father, he would have been seized that very moment. Aiden was burning with anger and fury. He did not understand how they dared to take his people without his permission. He knew that they should pray that nothing happened to them. There were three main religions on the continent, namely the cult of the Holy Fire, the cult of Divine Law, the cult of Divine Slaughter. Each of them had their own churches that represented and symbolized their gods. Therefore, even the empire cannot simply interfere in their affairs. The saint is a person chosen by God, who symbolizes religion. The saints represented God on earth. Fulfilling his will and power, they were intermediaries between the deity and humanity. Auden knew that at the moment in the Church of the Holy Fire, everything was different. Unlike other churches, they have not had a saint for several decades. A religion without its symbol of a saint is as if it does not exist, so the Church of the Holy Fire has been losing its symbols all these years and has ultimately become only a tiny part of its former self. Sometime later, the young people arrived at the place. Aiden looked at the small cart with a smile, because when he was a mercenary, he always rode in similar ones. He was glad that he went this way, because pleasant memories came flooding back. Aiden looked at the man with a smile and thanked him for the fast road. The man smiled and said that it was nothing for such a valuable client. Such were expected along the merchant's shortcut. They reached their destination several times faster, which is why he did business with the same merchant after selling the troll carcass. But in turn, Aiden was a little puzzled by the condition of his knight. But still, the young man asked the master not to pay attention to him, since soon everything would be fine with him. Aiden glanced sideways into the distance. He knew that although it was weakened, it was still one of the three main churches. He looked intently into the distance, as he saw that she was still just as huge. At that very moment, he sighed heavily, and looking away, told the merchant that he had been right after all. Pauber informed the young gentleman that at the moment, the church had closed its gates, and it was impossible to get inside, but he had brought them because they insisted. At that very moment, they saw a man who asked the knights to cure his son, as he was in very bad health. But the holy knights told the man that the church was now closed, and he should turn to another church. Aiden, in turn, knew that by all rights at this time of year, the church should have been open and filled with people so that believers could receive healing. But he saw that the church was closed at the moment when his people were taken away. He understood that everything was somehow connected. Pobre looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment and asked how he planned to get inside. Aiden smiled and said that he had a couple of ideas. At that very moment, he looked at the church with a predatory and fierce grin. Pobre looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment, since he did not know what he was up to. At the same time, the knights of the Holy Church were keeping guard at the main gate of the church. At that moment, the knight was taken aback as he saw the young man. Aiden, in turn, looked at them with a smile and introduced himself, and also said that he had come on business, and therefore would like to pass. The knight looked at the young gentleman intently and asked for forgiveness, and also informed him that the church was closed and whoever he was would not be able to pass. Aiden was insistent and said that he would come in, but the knight said that it was simply impossible. Aiden said that they must open the gate immediately. The knight tried to stop him. At that very moment, the knight was taken aback as the young man grabbed him and threw him to the ground. His companion was furious because he did not understand how he dared to attack the holy knight. He shouted that even though the young man came from a ducal family, he would not get away with such a thing. Before he could finish speaking, he himself received a strong blow. Pobre looked at the young gentleman and everything that was happening with bewilderment as he realized that an old dog could not be tamed to a chain. At that moment, the young man asked the demon lord to gather his will into a fist and hold on to the last. The demon lord was shocked because he did not expect that the young master would take care of him. Aiden said that they would soon cross the threshold and stumble upon a place that was teeming with holy energy. The Lord sighed heavily and said that he understood, and that they would soon be in a disgusting place. He opened the gate and the knights were taken aback as they realized that it was time for them to change. But at that very moment, they were taken aback because they saw a young man. Aiden looked around and realized that the church was even bigger from the inside. At that very moment, the holy knights rushed at the young man, as they knew they had to stop him. Aiden looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, as he knew that he needed to easily pass through them and ring the crying bell, so he decided to activate the speed ring. After activation, he rushed towards the bell with lightning speed. The demon lord was puzzled as he did not understand what was being discussed. Aiden smiled and said that this was one of the canonical laws in the Church of the Holy Fire. After all, if someone is suffering from grave injustice or death from a disease for which there is no cure, he can ring the bell to meet the high priest without interference. However, later people began to ring it without reason, so in order to stop this, they decided to move it to the top of the building. He understood that they couldn't just get rid of him, so despite everything, he rushed to the bell. Aiden was puzzled because he saw that the bell was further away than he thought, so he needed to use the ring again. At that very moment, he saw that he had almost reached his goal. Aiden understood that if he only called it, all his troubles would evaporate. But a moment later, he felt someone's presence. Aiden, in turn, managed to twist and avoid being hit directly. The man looked at the young intruder with a fierce grin and said that he had managed to get through the other knights, but he would not be able to get through him since he intended to block his path. Bali introduced himself, and with a fierce grin said that he was the highest-ranking knight of the church and the holy fire. Aiden was a little puzzled, since it was the first time he met such a huge person. Aiden was very angry, as he had already used up the daily limit of using the ring, but he understood that he simply had no choice, and he had to fight to the end. At that very moment he drew his sword from its sheath, and looking at the knight, said that since he stood in his way, he would have to kill him. Bali looked at the young man with a smirk as he dared to threaten him. He guessed that the young intruder had reached the advanced stage of the sword aura. Bali looked at the young man with a grin and thanked him, because after a long time, he finally had some fun. At that very moment, he struck his first blow. Aiden was shocked as he felt a monstrous power. He did not understand how the man could deliver such furious blows without using mana. He saw that the man's physical strength even surpassed that of the Margrave. Aiden knew that in his life he had never met such a man. Bali laughed wildly and shouted at him. No one in the church had ever withstood even one of his attacks. but he noticed that the young intruder was still strong. At that very moment, the demon lord asked in bewilderment whether it was really normal for people to lose their heads from the power they had acquired. Aiden was taken aback and said that it was not so. It was just that the Lord had only met such people. At that moment he threw all his thoughts away as the man with the smirk was heading towards him to strike. Aiden activated his shield with lightning speed because he planned to block his attack and then strike back. But at that very moment the young man was taken aback as his shield was completely broken. Aiden was shocked. He didn't expect anything like this, but because the blow was so strong he was thrown back. Bali looked at the young offender with a sneer as he thought that he would amuse him a little longer. Coming closer to him, he said that he had generally endured so much. He looked at the young man with anger and said that he would soon be sent to his father's, but at that very moment he was taken aback. As the sword passed by his face, he was taken aback, as he realized that a little more, and it would have wounded him. He saw that the young man initially hid in the smoke, and then threw the sword filled with aura. Bali looked at the young offender with a fierce grin and said that he did try, but unfortunately his attempt was not successful. He looked at the young man with rage and shouted that he had lost his sword, and therefore only death was due to him. Bali froze for a moment and looked at the young intruder with bewilderment as he was smiling a predatory grin. He wondered if the intruder had gone crazy from despair. But moments later he turned around and froze in shock as the young man's sword was in the bell. He was shocked because he saw what actually happened. He said with a grin that he understood everything, because the young man had initially been rushing towards the bell. Aiden looked at the man with a satisfied grin as he heard the bell ringing. He said that now they must bring the high priest to him. To his regret, he collapsed to the ground at that very moment. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he knew that this time he had won. Sometime later, Aiden was already on his feet, and it was all thanks to the treatment of the church. He was glad of such treatment, since his fatigue disappeared as if by magic. But at that very moment the demon lord yelled at him. Aiden was puzzled because he did not understand why he was yelling. The lord was furious. He shouted that for the sake of healing the young man they simply fired into the stellar energy. While he was unconscious, the lord experienced torture. Worse than death. Aiden with a grin told him that he got what he deserved, since into the forest in his body. A moment later he cast all his thoughts aside as the deputy high priest of the Holy Flame Church came into his room. Aiden looked closely at the man and introduced himself, seeing that the man looked kinder than he expected. At that moment, the demon lord asked the young man if he also knew the man. Aiden said that of course he did, since the man was the successor to the current high priest and the last of the worst high priests that had ever been in the church, since he had led it to destruction due to corruption. Aiden saw that the man was truly unique, as he had buried an entire religion in just a few days. He had always wondered what he looked like, as he had imagined him to be less strange. Aiden smiled and apologized for the intrusion. Hakal smilingly told the young man that he did not need to worry, as he had rung the bell and was now their guest. Hakal said with a smile that the priest wanted to see him. At the same moment, Bali said with a grin that he was very glad to see him again. Aiden was taken aback as he saw his opponent again. Hiding his emotions, he said that he was also glad to meet him again. Bali smiled and said that he was very sorry that he had destroyed the young man's shield. He told the young gentleman that he could take any shield he liked from their church. Aiden smiled and said that nothing terrible had happened because his shield was special, and it could restore itself. The man was taken aback as he noticed that it was a very interesting artifact. Aiden knew that his shield came from the spirit realm, so it could recover. He knew that his shield wouldn't break from one hit, but most likely, this happened because it hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle. He knew that it would take him about 4 days to fully recover, and until then he had to be careful. At that very moment, Aiden said that since he had rung the bell, he would like to meet their high priest. He knew that he needed to talk to him in order to get his people back. Hakal smiled and said that according to their canon law, he had every right to meet with the high priest, but unfortunately, it would be problematic to do so now, and instead, the highest-ranking official in the church would meet with him on his behalf. Aiden was puzzled and wondered if he would not be able to meet the high priest. He was puzzled and wary, as he knew that they had originally closed the gates and were now ignoring the bell rule. Sometime later, they walked slowly down the corridor. Aiden was puzzled, as he thought he would be able to talk to the current high priest of the cartel. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man if he knew the high priest. Aiden sighed, for he knew that he owed him a great deal when his life was at stake in the past, but he knew that he could never understand him. Then the high priest asked the young man with a smile why they should demand anything for saving another life, since they were helping those who needed the holy fire. They slowly approached the main room, but the young man was arguing with the demon lord. At that very moment the man turned around and, looking at the young man, said that they had come to the highest-ranking person in their church. Aiden was a little puzzled. He didn't know who would appear before him. He was interested to see the trusted high priest, but at the same time higher than his deputy. He understood that whoever he was, he had to get his people back no matter the cost. At that very moment, the man bowed and said with a smile that they had brought the one who rang the paying bell. In turn, Aiden froze in shock when he saw such a picture. Joseph was shocked. He looked at the gentleman with bewilderment and asked what he was doing in such a place. Alice happily shouted and greeted the young gentleman. At that very moment, they bowed and greeted the holiness, namely the Virgin of the Holy Fire, the Messenger of God, Saint Alice. Aiden was shocked and could not believe that the young lady was a holy virgin. Some time later, Aiden and Joseph were sitting in a separate room. Aiden looked at Joseph with bewilderment and anger and told him not to explain what was going on. The man was taken aback and said that he would, of course, tell everyone everything, but first he wanted to introduce himself again. At that moment, Joseph smiled and said that he was a former member of the Seven-Star Brotherhood, serving the Master of the Holy Fire. Joseph was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like this at all. He knew that the Brotherhood was a unique union that only the 7 best archipelagos of the Church of the Holy Fire could join. The Church of the Holy Fire, the monopoly of alchemy throughout the continent, those who were good enough to be members of the Brotherhood were second in power only to the High Priest and his deputy. Aiden looked at the man in surprise and asked how, with such a rank, he and his daughter ended up in such a slum. Joseph sighed heavily, as he did not know where to start. He reported that every 40 years, a saint or saintess was born in their church and elevated to the rank of high priest, and that they performed their duty throughout their entire life. After their expiration, the status of a saint is returned and immediately transferred to the newborn candidate for sainthood who received the brand. However, 10 years ago, the candidates began to be killed one after another, and they killed everyone from adults to 1-year-old babies. Joseph sighed heavily and said that his daughter was also a branded candidate, and as a parent, he could not watch his daughter die. He sighed heavily and said that for this reason they had fled so far that even the church could not find them. Joseph sighed heavily and told the young gentleman that he had recently been to church, and something as terrible as the murder of candidates had happened. Aiden was taken aback, and looking at the man in surprise, asked what such a terrible thing was being discussed. He knew that in his past life, nothing like this had happened in the Church of the Holy Fire. He did not know what could have happened in the church. A few days ago, the priests came to the Duke's mansion, but the knight said that no one was allowed to touch the Duke's guests without his permission. The priest looked at the knight with fury. He did not understand how he dared to interfere with the work of the inquisitors of the Church of the Holy Fire. They stood outside the door for a while, arguing, as each wanted to emerge victorious from this situation. But at that very moment Joseph came out to them, and they turned all their attention to him. Joseph looked closely at the knight and asked if they could speak to the priest. He knew he couldn't cause trouble for the young master. Joseph looked at the priest with surprise and confusion and asked how he knew where he was now. He looked at the priest with anger and asked if he had known earlier where he was and why he hadn't come earlier. The man sighed heavily and said that after his escape, he thought that he was dead, or he realized that he was mistaken, because for a long time the new owner of the brand did not appear. Sandstone said that he learned of their location thanks to the destruction of the Cerberus Guild, which is why he came all this way to take him and his daughter to the church. Joseph was puzzled, as he did not understand the purpose of such a violent method. He said that there might still be people at the church gates who were targeting the branded ones, and he could not allow his daughter to remain in such a dangerous place. The man shouted that they simply had no other choice, and he simply had to return them to the church at any cost, because there was a good reason for it. In turn, Aden shouted in surprise and asked if the high priest had really lost consciousness due to illness. Joseph sighed heavily and said that it was true, and it seemed that even the church's sacred rites and the best research techniques were unable to cure him. Due to the deterioration of the church's reputation and the illness of the high priest, a cloud of crisis had arisen over them all. This situation was capable of extinguishing the flame of the holy fire and destroying the history of their religion, which is why, in a few days, they will make his daughter a saint with the help of the awakening ceremony, after which they intend to heal the first priest with the help of her amazing powers. Joseph apologized to the young master, as he was sorry for causing him so much trouble and for not explaining anything. Joseph looked closely at the young master and wondered if he was angry. Aden was furious. He didn't understand what was going on at all. He knew that the old man should still be running around and healing everyone. He knew that the high priest should have gotten sick only in a few years. He didn't understand why everything happened earlier. Aden was furious and wondered if everything was happening this way because he had changed the future. Sometime later, he followed the priest slowly. He knew that now that he had permission from Joseph, he would remain in the church. He knew he needed to quickly find out at what point the future began to change. At the same time, the demon lord was shouting and asking the young man if he really wanted to leave him in such a hell. Aden knew there had to be a reason why the past had changed. He wanted to quickly get it all sorted out and leave. At that very moment, the man looked closely at the young man and showed him the room where the high priest lived. He also said that, as he had mentioned earlier, the visiting time was limited. Entering the room, the young man was taken aback as he smelled a foul odor. He looked into the distance and saw the high priest in his bed. He walked closer to the man and noticed that he looked absolutely terrible. Aden knew that in his past life the old man died before he could repay him, so he was going to repay the man in this life. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he noticed something strange. Looking closer, he saw that the high priest was wrapped in ominous energy. This energy turned out to be very familiar to him. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man if he hadn't seen enough of this in his past life. Aden was puzzled, as he didn't understand what he was talking about. The demon lord told the young man that this is exactly what a curse looks like. Aden was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. The demon lord said with a fierce grin that normally people were not able to see them, but thanks to him, he could see something like this. The lord said that this curse was created cleverly and carefully, and the exquisite curse accumulated over a long period of time, causing the destruction of the body from within. Aden was burning with anger and fury as he realized that the high priest had become the target of the dark magician who was hiding inside the church. But now he realized that in his past life he also did not die because of illness. He was furious. Because he wanted to know how to remove this curse, the Lord said that the curse had already practically merged with his body, to such an extent that it was almost impossible for even the caster to remove it. The Lord said that if there is a way to achieve the top, it is a dark magician who knows the structure of the curse, or a huge amount of holy energy poured in at once. Aden realized that the young lady was a threat to the one who cast the curse. He understood that even if the old man was healed, the efforts of the man who cursed him would go down the drain. He knew that someone was targeting the young lady, so he knew he needed to quickly discuss everything with Joseph, as the girl's security needed to be strengthened. But at that very moment he was taken aback and turned around as he heard some noise. He was filled with anger and fury because he realized that the young lady was in danger. He quickly rushed to the exit, wondering in his haste whether the man had already begun to act. A moment later, he saw a crowd of people. Aden rushed into the crowd wanting to know if his girl was okay. He looked around as he realized that it did not at all look like someone had broken in or attempted to kill him. At that very moment he saw Joseph, who was next to his daughter. Aden immediately asked the priest what had happened. She was taken aback and said that she had done nothing of the sort. She said she blew out the candles to replace them, and then the girl started screaming. Aden looked closely at the young lady, for he knew that in his house she always slept with the light on. But he understood that most likely she had not yet recovered from the long time she had been kept in an underground prison. Aiden approached his new acquaintance and asked him to take everyone out. Joseph was taken aback, but agreed. The young lady, in turn, burst into tears, as she was very scared. She mentally called for someone to help, because she didn't want to die. At that very moment, Aiden looked at the girl with a gentle smile and said that no one would harm her now. She was taken aback when she heard his voice. He immediately extended his hand to her and said that no one would dare touch his people, not even the ruler himself, so she did not need to worry. Alice looked at the young gentleman with tears in her eyes. But at that very moment, she rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. Aiden was a little puzzled, as he did not expect such a thing. After some time, the young lady calmed down and came to her senses. Aiden looked closely at the girl and asked with a smile if she was feeling better. She sighed heavily and said that she was feeling better. He looked at her closely and asked if she really wanted to say something. Alice sighed heavily and asked if she was really fit to be a saint. Alice sighed heavily and said that all the saints she had seen in fairy tales were strong, brave, and beautiful. She didn't know how such a coward I was, how she could be a saint. Alice said that she was not beautiful or special at all, although she just wanted to go back to her master's house and play there. At that very moment, to her sorrow, she received a slap on the forehead from the young gentleman, and at the same time she screamed. At that very moment, she looked at the young gentleman with tears in her eyes. Aiden looked at her closely and said that she was thinking too much about it, because she did not see the whole picture, but only small grains, and she did not know anything about how to be a saint. Alice looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he knew what it was like to be a saint. He smiled and said that of course he knew everything. He said with a smile that in the past he and the saint had been, but at that very moment he froze without finishing his sentence. He remembered how the saint asked for forgiveness. At that moment, Alice looked at the young gentleman and asked if they were a couple. Aiden looked at the young lady with a smile and said that a saint should not be kind or brave. He looked at her intently and with a gentle smile said that after all, they were all people, and if she wanted to be angry, she should be angry. If she wanted to cry, she could cry. He looked at her with a smile and said that whenever she wanted to return, she could always return home. At that moment, the young lady looked tenderly at the young gentleman, as she was glad to hear about the house. After a long conversation with the young lady, he finally left her room. Aiden was puzzled. He understood that this was all very troublesome, and this conversation had exhausted him more than the training. The demon lord said that he was just listening, but it seemed to him as if you were pouring a holy potion into him. At that very moment, Joseph saw the young man and asked if everything was okay with his daughter. Aiden sighed heavily and said that she was okay, and he also asked the man to sit with her for a while. Joseph smiled and thanked the young master and said that he would go immediately to his daughter. At that moment, Aiden looked at the man with bewilderment and asked why he was in such a place. Hakal said with a smile that he heard that a small problem had arisen, but now he saw that the young master had dealt with it well. He was glad that he had saved the saint here, because she was the future of their religion. Aiden smiled and said he just did what he had to. But at the moment of their handshake, the demon lord was taken aback. Aiden was taken aback, as the demon lord, for reasons unknown to him, suddenly called him by his old name. At that very moment, the demon lord told the young man that the man was a dark magician. Aiden looked at the man with cold fury as he saw his gaze. Sometime later, in the dungeon of the Church of the Holy Fire, in the hideout of dark magicians, a man raged with rage and anger. Hakal was burning with anger and fury as the young master had thwarted his plan. He was very golden, as he knew that he should have killed the branded fugitives as soon as he learned of them. At that very moment, the priest asked the deputy high priest to calm down, but he was furious and did not know how to calm down after everything that had happened. He was burning with anger and shouted that the church would be his no matter what it cost him. He knew that the church would not go to anyone else. At that very moment, he turned around and, looking at the priest, asked when they would arrive. The priest sighed heavily and said that they would be there soon. Hakal said with a grin that there was no point in fussing over her saint, because if she was killed, everything would be over. He knew that in a few days, during the awakening ceremony, she would be killed by her followers. At that very moment, He burst into wild laughter and shouted that then he would become omnipotent over the entire Church of the Holy Fire. At the same time, the young man was closely watching the priests. He, of course, assumed that dark magicians were hiding somewhere in the church, but he did not expect that it would be the deputy high priest, and moreover, not just one. The demon lord said with a grin that he had said before that such a thing would not escape his eyes, because he could sense the ominous mana even when they shook hands, and besides, he was very strong. Aiden was sure that the church was full of dark magicians besides men, but he knew that something was wrong with this situation. He still didn't understand why Hakal had suddenly decided to worsen the high priest's condition faster than in his previous life. He wondered if he had any impact on the church other than saving Alice. That same evening, outside the Church of the Holy Fire on the outskirts of the city, there was complete silence, and only a man, under the cover of night, made his way through the dark streets. At that very moment he saw the man and told him to follow him, for he intended to take him to the church. He looked at the young man with fury and said that they were on the verge of something great, and they had screwed up, because they couldn't even get their own house in order. The young man was taken aback and shouted that they had to speed up because of him. At the same time, Aiden was watching the men closely, as he realized who had caused them to speed up and change their plans. But at that same moment, he realized that he had already heard a familiar voice somewhere. The young man shouted that they should not argue, since they had common goals, because if the deputy became the high priest, then his head would also benefit. But to his regret, at that very moment he received a rebuff. The man looked at the young man with anger and asked who he was threatening. He was burning with anger and shouted that for such words he would tear out his tongue. At that very moment he threw the young man away, and he fell to the ground with a crash. The man looked at the young man with anger and told him to watch his words next time. Otherwise, the punishment would be severe. Aiden looked into the distance as he wanted to see the man's face. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and froze in shock as he saw the Crimson Knight Beniger in front of him. Kaima. The ruler asked the young man if he was also some celebrity from a past life. Aiden, burning with anger and fury, said that he was very familiar to him. Because the young man was Silbeta's faithful dog, Aiden was very angry because he now understood everything. In his past life, Silbet said that dark magicians had filled the entire world, so he intended to devote himself entirely to their extermination, for the currents were the charter of their great duchy. Aiden was very angry, for he realized that chivalry had been rotten from the very beginning, and that today many vile faces had taken off their masks of pretense. The ruler was puzzled and did not understand why they were helping the man become the high priest. Aiden assumed that the young man wanted to gain an advantage in the struggle for the inheritance. After all, becoming the head of a powerful family required not only fighting skills, but also the support of influential people. The young man's original plan was to gain power after his brother was seriously injured in an attack on the palace, but everything changed when he saved the young man. And Den was furious, because he now understood how rotten his comrade from the past life was. He understood that the young man was a traitor. At that very moment, Aiden was taken aback as he felt someone's presence. He turned around and froze for a moment as he realized who was approaching him. Beniger Heim looked at the young man with a fierce grin as he sensed the presence of the sneaky rat. Without wasting a minute, he rushed towards the young man, as he wanted to deal with the spy as quickly as possible. Aiden, in turn, was not going to give up so easily. He easily used all his strength and dodged the blow. Aiden looked closely at the young man as he saw the same aggressive fighting style. He was curious whether the young man had noticed him from the very beginning or only at the end of the conversation. At that very moment, the young man rushed towards him and shouted that if he made such noise in the middle of the night, they would be exposed and he would not be able to do anything. Benegeraheim looked at the young man with fury and told him to shut his mouth since he had not felt the tale from the very beginning. He shouted that since he could not help, he should not interfere in such a thing. The young man was taken aback and froze in place from shock, but at the same time he was overcome with anger. Benegeraheim looked after the young man with fury. He knew that if it weren't for his master's order, he would have killed him long ago. Benegeraheim looked at Aden with cold fury. and said that since he managed to dodge his blow, it meant he was strong. He did not understand what the young man was doing in such a place. Aiden looked at his opponent with fury and asked why he suddenly had to answer the question posed. Benegaraheim looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was very funny. Aiden understood that it would be difficult for him to deal with the enemy now, and therefore he needed to run away immediately. He turned around and saw his opponent rushing after him. A moment later, Aiden was taken aback as he saw his opponent in front of him, who was looking at him with a fierce grin. Benegaraheim looked at his opponent intently and said that those who give everything away at once are completely boring. He said that he was interested in how long it would take to break him. Without wasting a minute, he rushed into battle, delivering blow after blow, but his opponent easily blocked all attacks. Benegaraheim, in turn, was delighted by this. He gave in to his emotions and laughed wildly. Aiden looked at the young man intently, for he saw that of all the people he had met, he was the most insane. Aiden understood that it was very bad, because he was at least at the level of the aura of the Supreme Sword, and Ike's shield had not yet been fully restored, and he could not use it. Aiden understood that he always had a way out, and his opponent had already noticed this. Aiden looked at the young man intently, and at the same time with a fierce grin he called him by name. Benegaraheim froze for a moment in surprise. Benegaraheim was puzzled and surprised. He did not understand where the young man came from, what his name was. He understood that it was simply impossible. At that very moment he burst out laughing, and said that he understood everything, and he should have guessed it when he saw this technique. Benegaraheim looked at his opponent with fury and said that he was a strange bug from the Daira faction. Aiden was glad that the young man had fallen into his net, but at the same time, he mentally asked the young master for forgiveness. At the same moment, he asked his opponent if he and his master really thought that they could get away with involving dark magicians in their affairs. Benegaraheim, in turn, had no intention of listening to the young man. He immediately drew his sword and struck, but Aiden managed to dodge the blow. Aiden looked closely at the young man, as he could see that he had become even more angry when he learned that he was one of Dyer's henchmen. Aiden looked closely at the young man, as he assumed that he had problems due to his difficult character. He knew that the more excited a person became, the less rational his decisions became. Benegaraheim, with a fierce smile, shouted at his opponent that he must understand that he would never be able to cope with him. But at that very moment he froze in place in surprise. The young man was puzzled. He saw blood on his face and was taken aback, because he did not understand what had happened. But a moment later he came to his senses, because unexpectedly for him he was attacked. Benegaraheim was stunned, because he realized that he was losing his balance. He did not understand what his opponent did to him. Aiden, in turn, looked at the young man with a fierce grin, since he had not noticed what was happening for too long, because he had used his personal resonance skill. With each clash of swords, a wave of mana was created that destroyed the enemy's internal flow of mana. The wave was so weak and imperceptible that at first it seemed like just an illusion and nothing more. But due to the cumulative effect, she turned into a potent poison. He understood that if an ordinary knight had put his boots in front of him, he would have fallen long ago, but he saw that the young man was still standing on his feet. Benegaraheim looked at his enemy with fury and asked, "Did you really think that you could defeat him with your dirty tricks?" Aiden looked casually at the young man and said that he did not want to attack. He told his opponent that he could attack himself if that was what he wanted. Benegaraheim shouted angrily at his enemy. Aiden looked at the young man with a grin and asked him to shut his mouth, because at night dogs should be silent. At the same time, he called out the name of his master. The young man became angry after such words, since he did not understand how he dared to call out the name of his master with his dirty mouth. Benegaraheim, with rage that he would kill the young man. At that very moment he rushed at him, putting all his strength into the blade. Aiden said mockingly that he was very scared after what he saw, and it seemed like he had no choice. At that very moment the young gentleman started to send his opponent away. Benegaraheim managed to block what was flying straight at his head, but he was furious because his enemy had used a dirty trick. But a moment later this little bottle shattered, and all that was left before the young man was a mere speck of smoke. Benegaraheim was furious and shouted at the young man to calm down and fight him. But at that very moment he was taken aback and looked around, as the answer was silence. The young man was furious because he realized that his ravine had simply run away. He shouted and swore obscenely at the young man after him. At the same time, Aiden ran further away from his opponent. The overlord was a little puzzled. He did not understand why the young man did not finish off his enemy, but simply ran away. Aiden said that with his current level, without a shield, he would not be able to cope with the young man. He knew the best solution was to run away, but he was also happy and wanted to thank the young lady for making him the smoke grenade. But at the same time, the young man knew that he could not allow the dark magician to leave. For this reason, he rushed to search for the magician. He looked at the young man with fury, as he knew that he and his group were always causing trouble. The next morning, silence reigned in the dungeon of the Church of the Holy Fire. But after some time, the man could not stand it any longer and shouted angrily. He did not understand what was going on at all. He did not know why the messenger had not returned yet. He knew that he was supposed to bring a night with the owl. Hakal wondered with rage whether he had betrayed him or whether someone had attacked him. He knew that he had to interfere with the ceremony of awakening the saint. At that moment he was taken aback and looked into the distance with a grin, because he knew that he still had the perfect trump card. On the day of the saint's awakening ceremony, near the entrance to the altar of the Church of the Holy Fire, Joseph hugged his daughter tightly, as he was very worried about her. He shouted with tears in his eyes that his daughter was becoming a saint today, and this simply could not be. Alice sighed heavily and asked her father to let her go, as he was embarrassing her. At that moment, Aiden looked at the young lady with a smile and asked if she remembered what he had told her earlier. She smiled and said that she remembered everything. Alice, with a joyful smile, shouted that she would take full responsibility for all the troubles she had to endure by the will of God. Joseph looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment and asked what he had taught his daughter. Aiden was taken aback and said that one must live without concessions and losses, but they should not dwell on these words and should already move forward. At that very moment, the priest looked at everyone present with a smile and told the saint that she could go inside. Joseph reached for his daughter, but was held back, as she had to go alone. Joseph, bursting into tears and shouting to his daughter that she must return alive and well, Aiden sighed heavily, as his comrade spoke such words as if he thought that he would never see her again. Hakal looked closely at the young gentleman and asked with a smile if he could spare him a few minutes. Aiden followed the priest, but a moment later, in bewilderment, he asked him what had happened that was so important that he had to leave. The man smiled and said that nothing of the sort had happened. He simply wanted to give a small gift as a token of his gratitude. Hakal smiled and presented a beautiful high-grade pill, saying with a grin that it was an extremely rare and valuable item that was very difficult to produce. He told the young master that if he handed him this pill formally, everyone in the church would go crazy, so he decided to secretly hand it over personally. Aiden, with a joyful smile, asked the man if he was sure he could accept such an expensive gift. The man, with a smile, said that it was indeed so, because thanks to him the church could continue to exist. At that very moment, Aiden looked at the beautiful pill with a smile. A moment later he swallowed the pill, and in that very moment he changed. Hakal looked at the young man with a fierce grin, as he was glad that he had bought into his friend's scheme. He knew that one pill contained the curse of submission and brainwashing, and even a sword master would have to obey. Hakal looked at the young master with a fierce grin and said that he would now give him an order. Hakal looked closely at the young man and said that someone had to come out the back door and kill the child who was currently undergoing the Holy Awakening ceremony. At the same time, the young lady walked slowly along the spacious corridor, and she saw a beautiful, bright light. Alice was enchanted by the light that enveloped her. A moment later she came to the altar. She learned that she had to pass through the flames to see God. In this they all said that the flames were not hot at all, but she was afraid. At that very moment, memories of the young master surfaced in her head. These memories gave her hope. She knew that the young master was right, and she should not be afraid. She rushed to the altar because she knew that it was time to pay the bills. At the same time, the young man stared at the young lady with a predatory gaze. At that moment, Joseph and all the other priests were eagerly awaiting the result. Hakal was very pleased with himself, because he knew that the intruder had recklessly invaded the church and killed his own. He knew that this was a wonderful story for posterity. Hakal was glad that everything was going according to his plan, as he knew that he would soon become a high priest. But at that very moment everyone was taken aback and turned around as they heard a noise. Bali looked closely at everyone present and shouted for everyone to remain in their seats. Hakal rushed toward the knights, as the sky was not small. Why were the illuminated knights in such a place at such a late hour, in battle dress? Hakal rushed to the priest and asked if he didn't know that the awakening ceremony was currently taking place. He didn't understand how they all dared to appear in armor. Bali looked closely at the man and said that he knew, but he came because it was important business. At that very moment, he shouted that among those present there was a heretic who was in conspiracy with darkness. Therefore, he was an inquisitor and had come for initiation, despite the consequences. Hakal froze in shock on the spot. He didn't understand how they found out about him. At that very moment, everyone present began to whisper. Hakal was incredulous at giving up so easily. He shouted angrily and asked the man how he dared to claim that one of them could turn to the darkness. At that very moment, the high priest said that it was he who had called the priest. Hakal was taken aback and froze in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. At that very moment, everyone present cried out in surprise, as they believed that the high priest himself was standing before them. They were all in shock, since the high priest himself had previously been very ill. Hakal was shocked. He did not understand how the high priest managed to get rid of the curse that he had been working on for years. He wondered if anyone, that is, had as much holy energy as the saint. At that very moment, the high priest looked intently at his deputy and said that the end had come for him. The man, in turn, froze with rage and anger, since everything did not go according to his plan. Everyone present looked at the deputy high priest in surprise. They simply could not believe that he was involved in something like this. Hakal, in turn, was not going to give up. He shouted that the high priest must not have fully recovered yet. He shouted that it seemed his mentor had forgotten how he had looked after him for a long time. Hakal's voice shouted that there had been some misunderstanding, because the real dark magician was Aiden, and he had heard how the young man was plotting to kill the saint. Hakal shouted that they all needed to stop the young man immediately. At that very moment, the man turned around because he saw that the young man had come out of the hall where the ceremony was taking place, and he immediately shouted and asked what he had done with the saint. Aiden smiled and said that the saint was now undergoing her rite of awakening. The man was taken aback and wondered if the young man had been able to lift the curse. He did not understand when he had been able to do something like that. The night before the battle with the Crimson Knight, the young man was deep in thought. He looked closely at the owl, and with a heavy sigh said that he knew that Nisita was watching him. He said that she could talk. At that very moment, the owl flew closer to him, and Nikita asked what his plan was. He sighed heavily and said that he thought she knew about it herself, but Chaos was trying to cause trouble. He smiled and said that this was their common enemy, but he would deal with them, and she should do him a small favor. He looked at her with a fierce grin and asked for permission, and also said that she should lend it to him. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he suddenly needed an artifact to remove the curse. Niseta asked if he was really going to fight the house. Aiden smiled and said that it was not so. He needed him to help the high priest. His whole body was paralyzed, although his consciousness was not yet affected, and now he understood whose side the deputy high priest was on. Adenaz said that if the high priest woke up, he would easily deal with all the black magicians. At that moment she thought about it and said that his words sounded reasonable, but a moment later she suggested something else to him. Nisita looked at the young man intently and informed him that she was giving him an anti-allergy ring that she had created herself, and if he gave it to the high priest, the curse would be lifted. But at that very moment, she said that he should be careful, since, apparently, Chaos had already brainwashed most of the church, and perhaps they would try to do the same to him. At that very moment, the young man said with a satisfied smile that she need not worry about that. He smiled and said that he already had one curse hanging over him, and others would do nothing to him. Aiden looked at the man with a satisfied grin and said that he seemed to be in deep trouble. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he did not expect anything like this. At that very moment, everyone started to turn to their father, as they simply could not believe that the deputy was really a dark magician. The high priest looked hard at his deputy and said that he must surrender. Hakal shouted with rage and gathered strength from the high priest, asking if he knew what it was like when the church did not choose him. He lived his whole life in the hope of becoming a saint, but it was all in vain. The high priest sighed heavily and asked the man to calm down, but he lost his temper and shouted that they would all soon turn into dead men, and then they would bow before him and become his followers. Bali immediately shouted to the high priest and asked for permission to act, because it was necessary to deal with the traitor right now. Hakal screamed with rage that they would not be able to stop him. At the same moment, he called his dark blood comrades, as he wanted them to help him. A moment later, everyone saw who the traitor really was. The priest shouted to his comrades not to panic, as they always had the holy fire with them. But after a moment, their ardor died down and they turned to the dark side with the help of black magic. They immediately submitted to the will of the deputy high priest, and at that very moment, they attacked their brothers. Bali looked at everyone present with anger, as he saw that they were all heretics. He wanted to deal with them immediately as quickly as possible. But at that very moment, the high priest shouted and stopped the man. Bali looked at the high priest in surprise, as he did not understand what was wrong. The high priest looked at his deputy with anger, as he did not expect him to fall so low. Hakal looked at his mentor with a fierce grin and shouted that he was extremely smart, because he just wanted to see how they all killed each other. He said that he had placed a curse of submission on each of them. The high priest looked at the man with fury. Hakal, with a satisfied grin, shouted that now they had no choice. He shouted that they had to surrender. At that very moment, Aiden looked closely at everyone present and counted the numbers. Hakal looked at the young man in bewilderment. Aiden, in turn, was not going to give up and immediately dealt with the heretics with ease. He turned around and with a satisfied grin said that he had dealt with several, and there were fewer of them. Hakal was burning with anger and fury. He did not understand how he managed to do something like that. He shouted that he would kill them all if he did anything. Aiden, with a satisfied grin, shouted that he didn't care about them, and he could kill them all. Hakal shouted with rage that he would do just that, and everyone would die. Aiden said with a grin that it was not his problem, and he could do whatever he wanted, since he was not even a member of the church. Aiden looked at the Chaos members with a satisfied smirk and said that he just wanted to beat them up. At that moment, the man was taken aback. He did not understand how the young man knew about Chaos. He wondered if the young master had known from the very beginning and had come to the church for him. At that very moment, the man angrily shouted to all his subordinates to go after the young man and kill him. The demon lord asked the young man in bewilderment if he was seriously planning to kill everyone. He sighed heavily and said that, of course, he would not do anything like that. He knew that individually Chaos was weak. They were only capable of maintaining the curse of submission, and therefore, by reducing their numbers, he would also destroy the curse. At that very moment, he rushed to the side towards his opponents. He threw small bombs at his opponents with a satisfied grin, and a moment later, he saw how the bombs went off. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he did not understand what he was trying to do. He did not calm down and shouted at his subordinates to kill him immediately. Hakal was taken aback, as he did not understand what was happening at all. He was shocked because he felt how the number of dark magicians was decreasing. He was furious because he had worked for many years for this moment, but now everything was not going according to his plans. He knew that now he had no choice. At the same time, the priest ran in a hurry and prayed for help. But Aiden wasn't going to let anyone go so easily. He easily dealt with all the black magicians. He looked into the distance with a grin, because he knew that no matter how they hid in the smoke of dark Mayot, they would be carried away a kilometer away. At that very moment, he counted how many opponents he had left. But after a moment, he began to look around in bewilderment, because he did not understand what was going wrong, because the number of his opponents was decreasing. He wondered if one of his supporters had been drinking and had joined the battle. At that very moment, the demon lord informed the young man that they had not disappeared at all. He was puzzled and did not understand what was being discussed, but the master said that all the dark mana was simply gathering in one place. At that very moment, the priest shouted to his deputy and asked him for mercy. But it was all in vain, because he had no intention of giving up. Hakal, in turn, wanted to take revenge on them all for such injustice, so he immediately offered the black magicians half of his life, and he also appealed to the barons of the underworld. Aiden froze in shock as he realized the man was doing something very terrible and irreparable. At that very moment, the priests were taken aback and stood frozen in shock, as they had never seen anything like it before. The high priest trembled with fear and wondered if the end had already come for them. Everyone was shocked, as they saw the approach of dark magic and something never seen before. At that very moment, the other priests woke up from their trance, as the curse had lifted. At that very moment, Bali shouted to his comrades to get ready, as the real battle was still ahead. He froze in shock, as he had never experienced or seen anything like this before. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, as at that very moment, a loud explosion thundered. The explosion was very powerful and thus threw back all the priests. The man froze in shock. He didn't understand what was happening at all, since everyone was thrown back by the blast wave and they were standing on their feet. He looked at the young master in surprise, since he managed to protect them. Aiden immediately asked the priest to make sure that the high priest would be in a safe place. He asked him to take the high priest as far away as possible. A moment later, he saw a ghostly silhouette in the smoke. The terrible beast was enjoying the fresh air, as it had been a long time since he had been in the human world. Aiden looked at the beast with fury, as he knew that it would bring a lot of trouble. At that very moment, the demon lord, looking at the beast, said that he did not expect to see him at all. The beast looked with rage at everyone present and asked who had summoned him. Hakal looked at Talos with a fierce grin and shouted that he was his master and that it was he who gave his life to summon him. Hakal, in turn, was very pleased that he had managed to summon the powerful beast. He immediately shouted for him to listen to his order. But a moment later, he himself crashed. Talos, in turn, easily dealt with the summoning, because he knew that the soul being summoned would be incredibly tasty. Aiden looked at the monster with fury, since in his past life he led the world to destruction, and judging by his intelligence, he was a high-ranking beast. Aiden understood that it would be difficult for a worthy swordmaster to fight like this. He understood that before he would have finished him off with one blow, but now that was not the case. At that very moment, he looked at everyone present with bewilderment, because he did not understand why they were just lying on the ground. He was puzzled and did not understand what was going on at all. At that very moment, the demon lord said that this was a special technique of the beast, the fog of dreams, and any living creature that breathed in the fog would fall into its own nightmare, and the person would gradually lose vitality. The ruler told the young man that this would not happen to him, since he was next to him. At that very moment, Aiden asked the ruler if he knew who was in front of him. The overlord said that Talos was very cunning and crafty, and he even tried to deceive him in the past. The lord said with a satisfied grin that he had eventually repaired his soul and made him his slave. Aiden was surprised that he had tried to deceive the lord himself. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback, as the monster was right in front of him and with a fierce grin was telling the young man that he was very strange. Aiden was in shock. He did not notice his enemy and was now trapped. Talos looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that the fog seemed to be of no concern to him, so he was very interested in what his soul tasted like. Aiden looked at the beast intently. Even standing in front of it was scary for him. The demon lord told the young man not to be so afraid, since the beast had not reached its final form. Talos looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he would be the first. But Aiden only looked at him mockingly and called him by his name. The beast was furious that some insignificant person knew his true name. Aiden said mockingly that even on the surface many know his name, and he is just a cur. After all, the ruler dragged him along with him. Talos was filled with rage and malice after hearing such words. He did not understand how a lowly man could speak such words to the highest-ranking Talos. At that very moment he rushed towards the young man as he wanted to deal him a crushing blow, but Aiden easily jumped back and hung above the monster. Talos screamed with rage that he had slept on and would not let him feel all the pain of a torn soul that he had once felt himself. Aiden was taken aback, as he did not understand what he was talking about. At that very moment he asked the ruler if he had hidden something from him. The overlord was taken aback and said that he had not tried to hide it at all. Hesitating, he said that he had used Mephisto to experiment on souls. He wanted to know if the beast could retain its essence even after its soul had been severed multiple times. Aiden was taken aback, as he forgot for a few seconds who he was dealing with. He shouted that the ruler was just crazy. Aiden realized that there were too many people nearby, and they needed to be taken somewhere immediately. Talos looked at the young man with anger and asked where he was going. He went straight to the young man as he wanted to deal with him quickly. A moment later, he unleashed all his fury and dealt a very powerful blow to his opponent. Aiden was shocked and wondered if it was only half of his power. He angrily asked the overlord if he had done anything wrong. But a moment later, he threw all his thoughts away as he was attacked again. Talos dealt a very strong blow to the young man, and Thoth flew into the wall with a crash. Aiden was puzzled because the blow was very strong. Talos looked at his opponent with mockery, since he saw that he was still alive. He said that, apparently, this was not an ordinary person in front of him. Aiden was furious because he knew that the tower's shield was still being restored, and he shouldn't count on it. He understood that he still had one way to defeat the enemy. He didn't like him at all, but he had no choice. Aiden knew that thanks to the high-grade pill, all of his abilities had increased by a level. He knew he had to thank him later. At that moment, the beast was taken aback as he saw a very evil aura. Aiden knew that the power of his sword's gluttony had grown, and now he could summon the absorbed souls as ghosts, and at that very moment he used the skill of subjugating spirits. Talos was taken aback when he saw this. He could not believe what he saw, as he knew that only dark magicians were capable of such things. At that very moment, the spirit of the troll appeared before him. Aiden immediately looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, because he knew that now everything would begin for real. Talos was furious, shouting at his enemy to send him to the very depths of hell. At the same time, the young lady looked around in bewilderment, as she did not understand where she had ended up. She was very surprised because she saw a wonderful, beautiful place in front of her. At that very moment, the Lord of Holy Fire came out to meet her. Looking at the girl, he said with a puzzled expression that he had not met a person for a long time, and he would like to quickly return to sleep, so she should quickly take the holy power and leave. Alice looked at him in surprise and asked if he was a god. Lord was puzzled as she pointed her finger at him. Alice smiled and asked the Lord if he knew how much she had suffered because of him. She immediately said that she was demanding compensation with interest. The Lord looked at her with bewilderment, as he saw that she had no shortage of impudence, since she demanded payment from God. He did not understand what could have happened to her, and suggested that someone could have tarnished her. The Lord was bored anyway, so he wanted to have some fun. He smiled and said that he would repay her for this and her past life. Alice looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what past life he was talking about. He looked at her closely and said that she was a child whose fate had been changed by the one who had lost his own, but he hoped that this time everything would be different. He smiled and said that he would look forward to it. At the same time, everyone heard the eerie roar of a ghostly troll. Talos, in turn, flew away from his enemy in a hurry. He looked at the ghostly troll with bewilderment as it glared at him. He was furious and infuriated by his opponent, and he also did not understand why he was using fire magic, although he knew that it was no match for his magic. But at that very moment he was taken aback as he felt a young man behind him. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that he was constantly distracted by the simple high troll, but he still called him Experiment Number 1. Talos was furious, as he had completely forgotten about his main opponent. At that very moment he growled menacingly, as he had received a very strong blow. A moment later he fell to the ground with a crash. At the same time the young swordsman landed on the ground with ease. Aiden looked at his enemy with a fierce grin and asked if he really thought he could be ignored if he fought a higher troll. Talos looked at his enemy with fury. He did not understand how he dared to destroy his beautiful wing and arm. He screamed that he would never forgive him for this. Aiden looked at the enemy with a satisfied sneer and asked why he didn't ask the master for a pair of new wings and arms. He said that he could give him a pair of angel wings. At that very moment, Aiden said with a fierce grin that it didn't matter, because he would soon be crushed. Mocking him, he said that his end would soon come. Talos, burning with anger and fury, shouted that such a thing would not happen. At that very moment, the young swordsman saw a powerful explosion. Aiden looked at everything that had happened with a grin, but at the same time he asked the ruler for forgiveness, since he understood that he would have to find a new guinea pig. The Lord told the young man that he should worry about himself, as his rabbit was not so simple as to die easily. At that moment, the young man was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent was recovering. Aiden was shocked, because he knew that his opponent was high-ranking, but he did not understand how he managed to grow limbs so quickly. The Overlord said that unlike the others, the main reason he became a high-ranking person was because he was the most resilient. The ruler informed the young man that even fire had no effect on his opponent. Aiden was puzzled because he didn't understand what that frightened scene was about. The Lord of Puzzlement said that it was all because he somehow increased his resistance to fire, and at the same time he placed him in the hottest hellfire and kept him there for quite a long time. Aiden realized that now the monster was injured. But now he saw that his enemy, enveloped in fire, was recovering with the speed of lightning. Talos looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that his pathetic friend had failed, and now he should understand the difference between them. At that very moment, the ruler asked the young man if he had any other ideas. Aiden was puzzled, as he knew he could not betray the people. At that very moment, they both rushed towards each other, each intending to deliver his strongest blow. A moment later, a very strong explosion thundered. After this explosion, the young man was thrown to the ground, and unfortunately, he was not in the best shape. Talos approached his enemy and mockingly said that he was certainly stronger than ordinary people, but he still couldn't reach him. Aiden was puzzled because he knew that everything happened just like last time. He couldn't concentrate and he felt sleepy. Aiden wondered if this was how his life would end again. He really wanted to pay back his traitors in the same coin. He really wanted to thank those people who brought light into his life. He knew that he still had those people who were dear to him and whom he wanted to protect. Aiden knew that he was able to become stronger in this life than in the last. At that very moment, the monster looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and shouted that he could consider death at his hand an honor. Aiden sighed heavily as he realized that he was going to die again. A moment later, he closed his eyes as he knew that this was truly his end. He understood that the last thing he would see was the face of the Demon Lord. At that moment, the Demon Lord told the young man through gritted teeth that he was too arrogant and ignorant, but no matter what, he could use his power. A moment later, Talos froze in place and a terrible tremor ran through his entire body. At the same time, Aiden was awakening the powers of the Demon Lord. Talos was shocked and scared. He did not understand the ominous aura around his enemy. Aiden rose up and, without looking at his opponent, menacingly told him to immediately kneel. Gritting his teeth, his enemy obeyed him, and at that very moment, trembling with rage and malice, he knelt down. Talos was taken aback and froze for a moment, as a long-forgotten fear ran through his veins. At that moment, he said that he did not know who was in front of him. Bowing even lower, he said that it was a great honor for him to meet the ruler. The power of the ruler is a force that is so familiar and natural to the ruler. The one who was chosen to rule was granted absolute power. All the Talos that dwelled in the lower world favored its ruler, and it was by this power that he ruled.